Welcome to the NACE Starleague studio. We hope you're having a good Tuesday, and you have just joined us for an exciting lineup of Overwatch action. We've got a bunch of varsity teams and two teams in an open division ready to fight it out and improve their standing in the NACE Starleague fall season. I'm your host, Jacob Jim Palmer. I am joined by Artie, Nerdy, Rain to call all of the action for you tonight. Artie, we're getting ready for our first game, which is the Nationals versus Kentucky. And looking at this, it seems that these teams are very similar. Similar win-loss records, similar ranks. So when we're looking at two teams that seem so alike, what is it that really sets one team above the other for the win?
It's two parts. It's understanding your win condition versus the other team's win condition, and the flexibility that the two teams come to the table with, especially after a first fight win or loss. If you're looking at your composition, you know you're playing into your direct counter, or if you lose the first fight and you're playing into your counter, you need to be able to identify that you're on the wrong composition, make the swaps, make the adjustments quickly. If you're looking to still win the first fight despite being on a suboptimal comp for what you're going into, always make sure that you are playing your own win condition, setting up the enemy team to be forced into those situations for yourself and your team, and play to your team's strengths. So ultimately, if we see a team that's, trying to fit a round peg into a square hole continually, that's probably the team that's going to struggle the most.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of teams get tunnel vision and be allured by that ever-increasing ultimate charge number when it's just not working out for them. But hopefully these teams find what's working for them. And let's take a look at the schedule. I teased the first match that we had. It is Ashland University versus Kentucky. Then we'll move on to St. Clair from up north in Canada versus Ferris State.
And our last two games of the evening are going to be between West Texas A&M, UT Dallas, and then we're going to have University of San Francisco taking on UNLV.
And that last game is the Open Division match that we had. And last week we had a really fun Open Division match. That was the only one that wasn't a sweep. It was back and forth. We had some great flashpoint play. So I'm looking forward to this week's Open Division match as well. But let's start with Ashland versus Kentucky and take a look at what both of these schools have to bring to the table in terms of their players. We've got Memes, B1H, Max Dub Speed, Ravala, and Vasuki for Ashland.
For the side of Kentucky Esports, we're going to have Mad Jack, Butters, Despacito, Clario, and Andy running out that roster.
So these two teams are ready to load right in. We are going to be starting out on Control, and then we're going to be moving on to Hybrid, then Flashpoint. A lot of teams decided to kind of play it out of order last week, but it is supposed to be going Control, Hybrid, and then Flashpoint. So we're guaranteed to see the new mode, or should be for most of these matches.
Yeah, so this is proven in a lot of situations leading up till now to be a double-edged sword for some teams, this new lineup of maps, because there are some teams that are absolutely excellent at Escort. However, if they struggle on the other maps and they plan to use Escort kind of as their opportunity to bring things back in their favor, because it used to be third map type, that's when you can start with a reverse sweep. But now it's Flashpoint. So if you struggle on control points, odds are you're also going to struggle with Flashpoint because it's control but on steroids. So hopefully teams are able to work around the differences in map types that they're going to be running into tonight, and have actually scrimmed both New Drug City and Cervasa and are ready to go on them tonight.
You kind of have the opening of the well-known stages, the control stages. A lot of them have been around since the beginning of the game. And then, of course, you have Hybrid, which is usually Keen's Row, so talk about something that a lot of teams know in and out. But then we move on to Flashpoint. So it's kind of like a sudden right-angle turn in terms of just how used to everything everyone is.
Well, also the old order used to be, so you went from a control and then you went to Hybrid, which has a control point and then an escort point. And then you would move over to escort. So you kind of braced yourself transitioning from control all the way to just pushing a payload for the third map type. But now you're yo-yoing. You're going to go from control to a control escort and then into a control. So the ability to adapt, identify win conditions, and change your playstyle for all three of those maps is going to be really important.
Well, we're going to be ready to jump into the game very soon. Once again, this is Ashland versus Kentucky, and the first game of our varsity lineup for the Tuesday Overwatch schedule. And we'll be moving on with two more varsity matches, and finally that open game that I was talking about. So as we're ready to jump into the first control stage, we saw a lot of Lijiang last week. That seems to be kind of a definite opening, but I got to tell you, if there's one stage that I root for, it's Nepal, only for Sanctum, because I'm such a sucker for environmentals.
It's completely valid. I get it. I mean, if you look at it, my history, a lot of these teams' histories were Lucio players on main support for all of Overwatch 2. You love Nepal, but at the same token, it's like, if I don't get this environmental, how much grief is my team going to give me?
That is true.
So with that being said, yes, I love Nepal, but I also hate to be on the receiving end of being in an environmental death. So, I would like to see a deviation away from Lijiang. Maybe give some love over to Busan. However, Ilios is also in that mix, so there's another opportunity for environmentals if you want to make sure that box is ticked.
Yeah, it is ticked. It's just not as severe as it is on Sanctum, because Oh my goodness, you could really make really make kind of an April Fool's map out of that if you really wanted to go all out on bottomless pits. But we won't get into that right now. We are just going to wait for these teams to load in, and then we'll find out what the first stage is and move on from there. And as we're talking just about control stages, we kind of alluded to it a little bit earlier. Some of them are, it's like I don't care too much for the other maps on Nepal just in terms of entertainment value. For pure entertainment value, okay?
I like well for pure entertainment value, but that's Ilios. I mean, Sanctum, I get the pure entertainment as well, but we're going to go to Lijiang, and if you're looking for the entertainment of Lucio players, well, then definitely...
Gardens.
Yes, Gardens 100% has a history of being Boop City because people don't understand there's a Lucio who's hiding on the wall, there's a Pharah, there's sometimes an Orisa spear, there's a Hog with a hook, all of which can lead to your doom off the edge of the bridge. Also through the window if you decide to TP into the window, which is why you'll always hear me cry to TP on the platform, to the left of the window or to the right of the window, depending which side of you are attacking Gardens from. Night Market, notorious for always having the Sim TP and Brawl on point. However, there is some wiggle room with regarding compositions, especially if you lose that first fight. Make sure you're able to swap off and understand the win condition of your team when you're preparing for your second engage on that map.
What's interesting is last week we actually saw two teams go for the Symmetra teleport play to open up on Lijiang, but those were not the teams that held the point in the end. Where it used to be you just always kind of see a dueling Symmetra teleport race.
Teams sometimes do struggle to understand what they need to do with their Symmetra composition when they're going into a team that is not Brawl. Because there are some teams who are just, Brawl is the plague. They're not going to touch it. They know most teams are going to want to go Brawl. That's fine. They're going to play around it. Therefore, if your team is going to say, we are going to take this point, we're going to Sim TP there, and we're going to rely on getting our Symmetra beam charge up, but the other team is not coming towards you, you're going to have a problem. You need to adapt. You need to get more mobile. Use your Symmetra teleporters. Get off the point. Get someone out of rotation. Don't just sit there. That is the biggest problem. I don't care if you're a ball comp. Yes, you play as a ball, but you still have movement. You just have to use it properly.
No, and if you got a skilled Wrecking Ball player, I mean, they are flying all over the place. It's hard to keep track of them. Probably one of the most mobile tanks that there is. But it's all up in the air as to what these two teams try for. They both have 2-0 records. I was saying that they had similar win-loss records. Those are the records that they had. I believe as we're looking, the Eagles for Ashland faced off against St. Xavier and RIT. And then Kentucky faced off against Old Miss and Edgewood.
Yeah, and in the case of the Eagles taking on RIT, they 3-1, still end up being victorious. And Edgewood going up against the Wildcats, they 3-1. In the other two games, both teams got a 3-0 sweep. So something went wrong on one map. Not entirely sure what that was, but obviously they managed to overcome the issues they were experiencing, fix the problem, and move forward. So both these teams can identify when problems are happening, fix it, but it took an entire map. That could be a problem in this series because sometimes one map is all it takes to be the end-all, be-all deciding factor.
Ready to load into the first map. Just having to work out a few tech issues right now, and that's no surprise to anyone, really. Sometimes you just get internet issues and BattleNet doing BattleNet things. So overall, we're just chilling right here, Gem and Nerdy, ready to start off this first match, Ashland University versus Kentucky, when we get all the issues ironed out. So we've talked a lot about what a team needs to kind of do on Night Market after that they teleport in. We also touched on the various environmentals that Garden, as we can see here, that Garden offers. But what about the third? What about Command Center? What do you think is the main thing that teams are going to have to pick up as they move into that?
Making sure you get your Symmetra teleporter out quickly and everyone takes it. There's been too many times where I've seen teams either miss the teleporter because someone decides that they are going to actually use their movement ability as opposed to taking Team TP. Or in other instances, it's a matter of not claiming space when you need to. And if we're looking at these, this one over here is Control Center. Are we? Yeah, okay. So this is Control Center. Lots of times when we see teams come out of spawn, you're going to TP, amp speed, and both teams will meet at this location and that location with respect to one another at the exact same time. It's when they get here around server room that things really start to go wrong. And what I'm saying is you'll have a team that either decides to play from their choke point and tell the other team to come to them, or they actually push up to the other team's doorway. It's claiming that space to the other team's doorway that's really important. And the way I always tell players apart in the ones that know what they're doing versus the ones that are struggling is a team will take space, not using cooldowns, and they'll back off when the enemy team starts using cooldowns. It's like, you have to pay me a toll fee to get me to back off. If you're willing to give up a cooldown, I will give a space, but in your giving up space, you still hang on to your cooldown, and then you're able to walk back up with your own and take it back. But it's the teams that either A, overstay their welcome in that location because teams are using cooldowns and their backline's getting deleted if you're a tank, or B, the ones that just play back and let the other team come forward without paying anything whatsoever that really start to run into problems.
Also, last week we saw an amazing play by a Doomfist tank. Someone tried to set up their Symmetra teleport right there. The Doomfist just turned around from the second floor above server room and just punched all the way across point and knocked them off for an environmental.
Well, the fun part is that Control Center is the notorious 1v1 map that a lot of players like to use to warm up. And one of the few tanks you'll end up playing is Doomfist, and so you better know your Doomfist parkour. And whenever players typically are on it that I know, I always hear, I'm gonna get that parkour, because you can tech off the middle portion of the map inside the control point itself. And any Doomfist that actually has spent time on Doom knows how to get the environmentals. And you see someone on an edge, you're like, oh, you're gonna enjoy this nice little swim here for a bit and regret your life choices, because if there's a Doomfist, just don't stand on the edge. Oh. I beg of you, like, don't. You're like putting a giant X on yourself.
Well, if we talk about swimming, I mean, we got gardens where you can literally swim with the fishes if you just go for that risky. If you put that teleporter right up there, we've seen so many Lucios just waiting in that window to make the whole team just take a sip of fresh water, I suppose.
Yes, and it was on the highlight reel for NACE that one of the Lucio players, in fact, did the standard rollout. You glide across this middle pillar, you hit the building, you come through, hit this wall, go through the middle of the point, and you make it to the window by the time the enemy sim TP pops up. However, the way to circumvent that as the Symmetra TP player is you place it here or you place it here. However, if a team predicts that, be careful, don't walk too forward too fast, because if an Orisa is also posted here because they dropped the same TP, you're gonna get spear spun or speared off the map. So be weary of the cooldowns of what you're going up against, and don't always just walk forward with no information.
It's also very comp dependent, because if you've got a very good Pharmercy just catching the air, you've got this whole left side of the stage that is just a no-go. I mean, you can try to push across the bridges if you want, but she's just going to yell, get back at you, and you could fall into the crevice as well. So, the right side really comes into play if you've got a really oppressive Pharmercy or even an Echo up there.
I mean, the Pharmercy can be a little bit of a problem sometimes. It's when a team sees the Pharmercy, doesn't wait for the boop, and goes forward anyway. However, if your team is frontline and backline communicating, your backline goes no boop, or your frontline says, Phar, use boop, then you move forward, you're totally fine. And the other issue is that a lot of teams will dump too many resources into the Pharmercy. She's not that much of a threat. You look at the Mercy, give her a couple of love shots, she's gonna have to hide. Pharah can't take as much space because Mercy can't stay with her in that instance. And then you focus on everybody else. Once you get those picks and eliminations, then you can turn your focus to the Pharmercy. Just please don't let a Pharah sit above your head and shoot at you because you're like, oh, you can't do much to me. Yes, they can if you don't pay attention to them. Just don't give all of your attention to the Pharmercy.
Don't care how much you're a Reaper or Junkrat main, you need to adapt to the situation at hand.
Most definitely.
And then as we're looking toward Night Market way over here, we already talked about Symmetra teleport that can happen as both teams are trying to move their way into the point, but you were also talking about just these side areas here, these flanks. You really got to make sure that you watch them and not just sit after you've teleported.
Yeah, so once your team gets on, theoretically, if both teams play it perfectly, they get on the exact same time. But if one team beats the other team there first and they're running Mei, you drop the Mei wall up on the enemy sim TP and it breaks, so only half the team makes it through, or one or two players don't make it through. Then you clean up once on point. However, once you are secured and anchored on point, before the cap even starts, you need to figure out who's watching the left lane, who's watching the right lane, because as soon as an enemy team makes a swap, or someone decides to break off and pull attention from one of these angles, either one of your DPS or one of your squishies, if they can't take that duel, they don't see it coming, they are going to get deleted, and that is a huge problem. So you need to watch your lanes and understand what your win condition is in those instances. Typically, it's get your Symmetra beam charge up, but don't just sit on point. Find where they're going, place a teleporter, either bait their attention or take the TP and delete them from behind.
If a team's feeling really confident, sometimes we just see them moving all the way up to the choke. not even letting the team get the opportunity to choose left or right lane. So now we are waiting to see what the first of the 3 stages that we have provided extensive coverage of. These teams are going to load up, and from the music swelling, I believe we're starting out on Command Center. And I also want to say shout out to production for providing this very cool video wall for us to use. True professional just to that. But here we go. Ashland University versus Kentucky, match 1. Let's take a look at what both these teams are bringing to the table. See, as far as the blue team is concerned, which I believe is Ashland, we are seeing an Arissa and a Bastion be brought out.
Yeah, that is the war of attrition comp that I have touched on briefly. Typically, you run a Bastion, you can run a Tracer or Ashe or Torbjorn as the second DPS. The Orisa, Lucio, Baptiste, or Orisa, Baptiste, and Iari, but it looks like they've chosen to go with the Lucio, and they're using Sim variant to allow for extra mobility. We see Clario is going to be the first one to lead into the side of Kentucky, who is running a composition centered around the Zarya. Typically in the past, Zarya was the counter for Orisa, but when there's so much damage, it makes it really difficult for flankers like Reaper that are slower to survive.
Ashland University off of that 1 pick. Mad Jack also taking a whole bunch of damage. Does manage to find his way out of there, but we are seeing a bunch of burst potential from Ashland as they also got Clario on the rope. He's going to heal up as Kentucky moves as a team to contest the point. Immortality field is going to be rocked. It is shut down pretty fast. Javelin's going to go out. Clario once again low on health, but Andy eliminates Basuki off the edge. We also see Max go. That should be a team fight win for Kentucky to make this game.
Yeah, I'm gonna Max. Don't sit up there. I know I said if there's a Doomfist, don't go over there, but the same thing applies if there's a Lucio. Any Lucio worth their salt that's full health with a Bastion who has no turret form is gonna run after you and boot you off the map. The only exception is really tanks, because tanks have a passive ability that makes it harder for Lucio to boot them. It doesn't boot them nearly as far. Ooh. Hey, I guess the strategy for Orisa is press W to burn bubbles, because that Zarya's high charge, he gets dropped the counter. Butters is going to take out the Immortality, but Reaper comes in, takes out a Torp turret as well as the Immortality, both for Ashland University going down.
Good news that Ashland can walk away from this, even if they don't take the point this time. They at least traded 2 ultimates for 3. Kentucky has used everything. Now they're contesting the point. Despacito gets the pick under Rev. Ashland University searching for 1, and their Torbjorn is trying to eliminate. He gets taken out, as well as V1. He's going to be a send back toward Ashland.
Behold my
In
exceptionality.
this next fight, we have Baptiste close to that ultimate. Zarya did just use grabs about 50% there. But what I really want to look at is for Ashland, they have this amplification matrix plus the Torbjorn ultimates. Okay, right, by the time they cross this archway, this front doorway, and get down this hall, they should have them. This amp matrix, if they round this corner and put it in the correct spot, swing wide with it, just like that, they can lock down in the entire point and make it extremely difficult for the enemy team to stay alive.
Well, Kentucky hasn't taken too much damage from it. They're going to place down their own amp matrix and get the first pick onto Max. Means does manage to take out Clario, but the eliminations are piling up against Ashland as Kentucky. We see Molten Core used to try to turn things around, but the fight's already over. An unfortunate use on that ultimate. And now, only at best, 1 team fight left for Ashland.
Tragically, if that Torble had been popped as soon as the enemy amp matrix went out, Ashland would have stood a much better chance, because that 1 ult put them ahead by 1. We do see grab is used early to keep people off the point from Andy. Now we're going to use wall to secure an entire half where the side of Ashland has to walk into the danger zone in order to get damage done to the backline.
Do or die for Ashland. They have swapped over to the Soldier a little while ago. Right now they're trying to do their best to stay on point, put a bit of damage onto their tank. Also catch out the Soldier who's trying to run away, but he just can't. Despacito picks up a double, teleports over now as the Lucio in their sights, as well as the Death Blossom is just going to tear right through Ashland. Yet a team wipe. They win in flashy style.
Score 0-1.
That We can take a quick look here at this Symmetra play. First finds the Soldier 76. Not positive Soldier. Yeah, Soldier did use their healing pad, unfortunately. So Symmetra read this one like a book, said, no, you can't survive this. Gets the full beam on Soldier, teleports, takes care of the Lucio, and helps out with the Zarya. That is utilizing those teleporters to the fullest extent, not just staying in one spot. Now, this is the notorious who executes the same composition better. It is all about timing. And truthfully, I think the difference maker here is which team has everybody pressed up against the door and hitting W out the gate versus the team that does not.
Overlay will go up. We see the race, and both of them seem pretty even in making it towards the point, although Ashland has decided to set their Bastion up in the window. Mortality Field is going to bail out Kentucky, but a lot of Ashland is very low. Calclario finding themselves pressured, but is still managing to hang in there as both teams burn through their lanterns. First pick is going to be courtesy of Max taking out Clario.
Zarya shortly thereafter falls on the side of Ashland and Memes, so that should be a turnaround in favor of Kentucky despite losing Clario early on. They will get the full team wipe and point in their favor. Clario, it's one thing to be in the back pocket of your Zarya, it's another thing to be in front of your Zarya. Just be careful, it's very important that you survive. The Zarya needs your extra damage. We do see the JQ swap on the side of Ashland University, and Memes dies instantly to Andy. Now it's the go button for everyone here on the side of Kentucky to claim extra space and force back the enemy team for a little bit longer.
Isn't just the Jungle Queen swap the entire DPS section for Ashland. Swapped out for a Soldier and Genji. Whereas the Kiriko being brought out, so you could technically have 3 DPSs if that Kiriko can land a shot. We're seeing Graviton Surge be brought out by Kentucky, forcing all of this damage right onto Ashland. B1 and Memes fall as a result. The rest are soon after. Once again, Ashland set back to start.
Going into this next fight, we're going to have Rampage online, Kitsune Rush very close, Beat and Blade all on the side of Ashland. And for the side of Kentucky, they're going to have that Death Loss and Beat as well as Amplification Matrix. So about equal as far as the ultimates go. It's just the only concern I have is how does the side of Ashland plan to get in here? If they use Kitsune Rush too early, they decide to go over on Coastline, almost getting moved off. First step comes in clutch. Reaper looking for Death Blossom, does get eliminated. Rivali goes down for the side of Ashland University. Beat is used to help stabilize our attacking squad right now. Genji has Blade, but is getting harassed by Lucio, and unfortunately Memes goes down for Ashland University.
Oh, brings out the Blade, but the Lucio bubble. Thanks to Andy, that just charges that Zarya right up. She tears through 2, and a Death Blossom also helps Kentucky keep control of the point. That was just tragic. That's a Genji snipe.
It is, but with the Zarya changes, bubbles come online faster, they're bigger. Your team really needs to help force them if you're looking to get value from the Blade and not just try to burn abilities. But obviously that was a attempt of hero play, attempt of equalizer, so those bubbles being alive meant that the Genji Blade was for naught. Now it's just get a touch on point, try to get a toe on there. Anybody's looking, and it looks like no one from Ashland University will be able to survive. Kentucky's going to walk away with a map 1 win on Lijiang.
2-0, picking up that win pretty early. We'll see what the play of the game is as far as the game is concerned. It is going to be going over to Despacito.
Map 1 Symmetra play? No, it's the map 2 Sim play. Okay, nicely done, Despacito.
Charging that beam up and holding down the left mouse button to win, which is my favorite type of game I am playing.
I'm a Symmetra enjoyer. I don't care how much people hate her. There's like, I know people hate A, I know people hate Sim, I know people hate Sombra. I love playing Symmetra when I'm playing DPS because I can't aim. So I commend anyone that can get Symmetra and play her properly. Additionally, I know people hate other supports, but at the end of the day, support's a supports. What can you do about it?
Well, I wasn't saying that as a point of derision. I was saying that as you've played a little bit of Paladins. I play a lot of Vivian, okay? So I like that kind of just, I'm holding down the left mouse button, pushing as much damage as I can out to you. So I wasn't being hostile at all. I was saying, hey, I'm with you.
Yes, it is the I am undeterred by any damage you throw at me, I have a beam. Mm-hmm. My personal favorite is when I see a Genji try to deflect either a Zarya beam or a Sim beam, and I sit there and I laugh.
One thing we're not going to laugh about, however, is King's Row, which has been, in fact, chosen for hybrid, which, hey, it's a classic stage, but it is the go-to stage as far as Overwatch is concerned.
You could go Eichenwald. You could go Blizzard World. Just two other options outside of Kings Row. You could go Numbani.
That was another reason why we enjoyed the open match so much, because they did choose Eichenwald and changed it all up.
I get it. We get it. But we're gonna complain. Get more creative. Stop going to Kings Row. Everyone practices it. Practice a different map. If you don't think you'll win control, practice a different map. Don't go to Kings. Everyone has played this one to death. Go pick a different one. Make it harder for the other team to be successful. Be the expert at a different hybrid other than Kings. I beg of you.
With that being said, let's get to Kings Row. Alrighty, so we got 3 main stages of Kings Row. Now we're taking a look over the Omnic Factory, but what stage do you usually look to? It normally ends in the Omnic Factory. It seems like the streets are normally just passed over pretty easily.
I actually think streets can be a tell-all for how well a team's going to perform, because I said it last week, Kings Row is an all-or-nothing type map. We either see everything or we don't see anything at all, and we stay on point 1. Now, both teams are going to cap point 1. It's if the team struggles in a streets phase. If it's the defending team that's struggling in streets phase, doesn't manage to stall out the payload progression whatsoever, they're going to have a hard time if we end up going into overtime. If the other team on attack struggles to actually push the payload through streets phase, either be they are poorly positioning, they aren't claiming space, they're staying in positions for too long, well, that is going to be a telltale sign of how things are going to progress when we go into overtime. So ultimately, I think streets phase is the most telling, but at the end of the day, it's going to be up to these two teams to tell us ultimately who's better on Kings Row.
It's also a chance for those Widowmaker mains to flex their muscles, taking that early peek out of the window just to put your team at a 1-person advantage for the first fight. Never a bad thing.
And we can see from our defending squad, I believe. Yeah, we're going to have a Reaper brawl yet again with Symmetra Zarya. Simtar placed up pretty far. Lucio did not pay attention and take them out. Reaper already forced Wraith. That is a go delete the Reaper. Yes, that is capitalizing on someone using cooldown poorly, forcing the enemy team back. Means Kentucky has to rotate into Hotel, play a little safe, but this is, again, you're staying on the point. You're not pushing forward, forcing cooldowns. You're letting them come back and say, please. We do see both Zaryas get 1 kill apiece. The question is, which support goes down next? It's Lucio for the side of Kentucky, and losing a Lucio in a brawl comp makes things rough.
University captures the point on their first push. Gonna have plenty of time to push that payload now, and opportunity, like you were saying, Nerdy, and just the eliminations keep on coming for Ashland, putting a stagger onto Kentucky. Not bad at all. Like you were saying, Nerdy, we're gonna see how much trouble Ashland has as they push through streets, and judging by that first fight, it might not be too much.
This is a little concerning, though, because who's typically the payload pusher, the one player that always gets to take selfies when they're playing Overwatch? It's typically your Lucio. Reason is because, Lucio has speed, and get back to the fight as needed, but not having your Bastion with you in this fight lowers your damage output. Your highest amount of damage is gone. So instead of claiming this corner and keeping the team back, they're forcing a fight at this corner. And that's both B and window expunged from Kentucky just to guarantee that they have this area. And they use B too soon because Grab is still online for Ashland University.
Kentucky just tears right through Ashland with a triple. They're going to pick up just one more. Turret has someone, which I'm sure Torb actually does. Now Torb himself is gone and out of the picture. They're going to lose their first fight.
This archway is the bane of many players' existence. This is why claiming the space in front of library, putting the enemy team back, is very important. Because if you are pushed back to this archway, it is hard to get past it. But once again, we have people giving up a lot of space. So archway was claimed without spending anything. There is an ant matrix in the corner. This one street lit way, very short. They just back off, wait a few moments, no ground is lost. We do see Kentucky has come forward. They get caught in a grab, and the Torb ultimate Molt 4 comes through. That is a team win for Ashland University. This is why you don't aggressive Lucio.
Kentucky isn't going to have... Kentucky is going to have Lucio beat one more time, actually.
Yeah, I thought they had beat it in that instance, but they did not have it yet.
We also see Overclock very close for Kentucky. They're going to get one more engage with the barrage coming in.
Oh.
They move out of the way, although that Torb does take a bit of damage, taking out the Immortality field of Kentucky right now. Beat also expunged from Ashland. They move on to point. Bap is able to pick up Clario. Butter's also low on health, eliminated. Despacito's trying to bring this back with the overclock, but it doesn't do the job when half of your team is down.
Ashland University is sailing through. I mean, Street Phase is done. We're at the Omnic Factory, and that's why I said the team's going to struggle, if at all, on a map. It's going to be during Street Phase. Now, we don't see a whole lot of swaps from the side of Kentucky as far as defense goes. I mean, yes, Sojourn and Bap can get the high ground. Iari, if you do it right, can get on high ground as well, but the Bastion and Reef have no choice but to fight down main and take angles. We'll have to see how much of a difficulty the other people being on high ground proves for Ashland. So far, no one's gone down, and you see that the Bastion checks their way up onto the high right.
Molten Core expunged for Ashland. They move in further, but it seems like that Bastion is just right in the middle of all the lava, singing happily like he's in the eye of the storm. He is taken out, however, by Max Vasuki, takes out Butters and Kentucky. Enough of them are gone. Despacito's the only one left. He falls. This is going to be the end of Ashland's push. Pretty healthy overtime amount. Over 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
Nicely done from Ashland, and I gotta give my shout out to Bastion for knowing where to position. Post-taking different checkpoints. I mean, the #1 DPS player in the world in North America right now is a Bastion one trick, so hats off to anyone that is able to do it themselves.
Match.
This was, we just saw a flashback. You know, if we didn't see it right there, we're going to see it in play of the game. We know what the play of the game has to be.
That's horrible, beyond a shadow of a doubt. If it's not, I'm going to be shook. However, if something absolutely incredible happens here, I will happily tip my hat to that person and say, okay, that could be it, but it has to be incredible.
No, someone's going to pick Hanzo, get one pick in the air, and the game's going to say, that's a sharpshooter. Play of the game.
Not just that, you're going to Ajax the Lucio in that moment. So you get ult cancel plus sharpshooter, instant play of the game. Goodbye Torbjorn ultimate, even though you got a 5k. Looks like running the double turret strategy again with the Torbjorn Bastion. I love it. Hopefully they're not punished too heavily for all being on low ground to start.
I do believe we're already seeing the Ashland University choosing that Widow, so could be easy pickings as soon as those doors open.
Do see this composition run where everyone stacks up, plays it more as a brawl comp, but this composition does offer versatility. You can take advantage of the high ground from the beginning, as he says. And starting on low, you can't adjust to the high ground without it being in fights, whereas starting from high, transitioning to low, mid-fight, means you don't have to either spend a lot of time out of fight to do the rotation or cooldown to do that rotation. So let's help Ashland not get punished for all the shoots that he followed up around Mandata's statue, as Vasuki is the first one to go down for this at Ashland University.
Oh, that Reaper had that Lucio in his sights, but Zarya was just going to say no to that one. Zarya is charged up. B1 is putting so much damage. Basically seeing a lightsaber duel right now play out between these two Zaryas.
Stop popping the Zarya's bubbles when their supports are still alive, please! Both these Zaryas are just high charge! Please, look at someone else! I get this is the biggest person in the room! But look at Lucio, look at the map! Stop just charging her off cooldown! Lucy Clario goes down though for Kentucky. That Reaper who comes in and freights out real fast is getting punished quite frequently.
Well, after the battle of the dueling Zaryas, I put my sunglasses on and been able to see through all the particle effects. So I should be good, but with that window setup, that Bastion, that is just a no-go zone for the next 2 seconds. Kentucky waits it out, places down their own window, and moves on toward the point. Ashland is sitting on a beach should they need it. With Mad Jack going, they are off to a good start. They decide to use the beat. Also, Molten Core has come online for Ashland.
But Lucio, Vasuki, and Rivali all managed to get in and pick up one. Wow.
I thought he got away.
I thought Mad Jack, theoretically, technically by the math, just died twice and didn't get buzzed.
Kentucky moves around. The old college try yet again, but they have to deal with a molten core.
College try again, and the try did not work out. They lose 2, lose 3. I think this Lucio might make it out alive, but Andy does not.
I mean, we thought the Lucio would make it out alive. Our predictions just fell flat yet again. Kentucky is starting to build up resources, however. They got the overclock and they got a beat online, but nothing much else. Ashland has one barrage in the window and Graviton Surge pretty soon.
E1 almost has Grav online. So Mad Jack hopefully hangs on to this lead and maybe that Zarya has Grav, does not mean to be aggressive. But we'll have to wait and see. So it looks like Means and Andy are pretty equal, so Means likely again. He's gonna just be waiting it out for that Zarya Graviton Surge, like Means has been doing the majority of this game so far.
This ends now.
Graviton Surge be brought out as well as Overclock and Beat to stick it out through that Graviton Surge. Less than a minute on the clock. Kentucky has picked up their second pick, but the Zarya has popped her bubble and is charged up even more right now. Takes out Clario. Ash University also being kept alive by that Immortality Field. The Zaryas are fighting again! My eyes can only take so much!
Where's the Duel of the Fates? Like, I need that as a button right now with the current Zarya meta, because it is like a Sith Lord and a Jedi Master facing it off when the beams are at full charge.
Kentucky was only able to get their second tech with only 15 seconds left. I don't know if they even have enough time. They're gonna have to turn those Lucio up and just book it.
Make the carpet. Give them the red carpet. Yep, you can't come in unless you want to walk through the lava.
Zarya does manage to make it on point, but everyone else is caught out by the paparazzi walking down the red carpet. That is it. Ashland University.
All right, we're tied 1-aside. Now we move on to Flashpoint. Let's see the play of the game first. Like we said, it's probably the Torb Zarya combo. Yep, Torbjorn getting play of the game with the 5K. During Streets phase, first attack. Yep. Jacob, I'm pretty sure you're not shocked.
No, I am not shocked.
I'm not shocked either. See, sometimes we do predict things right.
I'm just glad, yeah, that the obvious play actually was picked. I'm happy as far as that is concerned, but you hinted at something very early on in the broadcast, which might actually be playing out before us right now, and that is kind of the difference. Maybe a team's better at more of the control-y play style, while another's good at the escort sort of play style, and we're going to be heading back to Flashpoint now, the control of controls.
Yes, and the most anxiety-inducing and frustrating version of them all, because whereas on Control Point, you can basically guarantee you can get about 3 to 4 solid fights on any sub-map of a Control Point. With these maps, you get like 2, maybe 2.5 if you're lucky. If your team staggers too much and you're not the one in control of the point, good luck, you're going to probably only get 2 fights.
And what stage of the 2 do you think we're going to be seeing?
Probably New Junk City. I have just, based off experience so far, most teams seem to favor it. I don't blame them. Servasa, one of the control points, flash points, will send a lot of players into the drink accidentally is the only way I can put it. Like, the way it's built, there's walkways leading up to it, and there are like 4 different areas that people can fall off of or get booped off of, and it is a pain. Whereas New Junk City only has really one of those, and it's, you know, it's a coastline. It's really obvious. Whereas Servasa, my first pug on it, I walked off and I was like, oh, there's a hole. That was not fun. And I am going to eat crows right now. We are going to Servasa.
Good news about Flashpoint is, though, is Lucio's have never felt more appreciated for how much you have to book it between points.
It can be anywhere from like 108 to 140 meters to walk from spawn to Flashpoint or Flashpoint to Flashpoint. You bet you need a Lucio or a Symmetra or a combination of Lucio, Symmetra, and a JQ to feel like you're actually making progress towards the objective.
Of course, every game of Flashpoint is different because you never know what the game is going to randomly choose for you for the next.
Yes. But I am starting to believe that actually in the predetermined order, there's only like 2 variations of the order. That's just my own opinion. I have yet to.
Well, it's random chance then on which of those 2 variations it's chosen.
You got
it's a coin flip.
50-50 between those 2. But I'm pretty sure there's actually a designated like order of the maps based off of whichever flash point is second. I'm just convinced of that because of how mundane everything is being on the field, but that's because I play too much Overwatch.
First time that we've seen the Alari be brought out, this time by Kentucky, and it's not going to be out for long.
Yikes.
Ace.
Yeah. I love War of Attrition, but if you're playing JQ, Lucio, Kiriko, and Genji all against the Yari, you're not going to have a good time.
Suki takes out the turret. Despacito sticking is going to be on the court this time. Kentucky is going to try to charge the first splash point.
Despite losing their Yari, they did a great job. I mean, Baptiste does a grotesque amount of heals. Torb can also self-heal theoretically with the overload. Orisa's fortify, gives extra shields. Soldier has a healing pad. So going down one support when you have all of those abilities in your back pocket is totally fine. It is, this is why it's, you know, War of Attrition. There's so much sustain if this is a mirrored composition on both sides.
Question is with B1H now moving back over to the Zarya. How high is that charge going to get? Already taking a good bit of damage. Cito's turret is eliminated. B1H moves on to the point of contest. Kentucky is 80% towards capture with. Despacito gets eliminated.
As Clario.
At this point, losing one DPS might be just a bit more impactful for Kentucky than losing four. Suki eliminates Mad Jack. Max also got eliminated, but managed to health pack his way back up. B1H takes out Andy. With the tank on, that is for sure Ashland is now going to be moving in to contest this point.
Kentucky waited way too long to figure out whether or not they needed to get out that fight and just die or, you know, actually fight for it. They had lost the objective, and now we're at 50%. So by the time everybody has made it back, we're verging on last fight territory. It's end all be all. Whichever team wins this fight is going to take this objective. We'll have to wait and see. We are getting close to some very powerful ultimates in the form of Gravitoncer, as well as Captain Sun online synthetic Kentucky. They have the combo almost. We're 1% off of Mad Jack's Captain Sun, so we don't get a victorious combination to come out. Grav is going to be used on Andy shortly after using that Terror Surge.
Kentucky tries to capture back the point. They're successful in that endeavor by a wide margin. Now no time for Ashland to get back. That's going to be his first last point done.
Secure. Next, flashpoint, Temple.
Temple is announced as the next flashpoint. Kentucky already booking their way over towards it. With a whole lot in their pocket as well. Captive Sun, Visor, and 4. A lot of damage they can put out.
And we do here, the first one to go is going to be Mad Jack's Captain Sun. I don't think it landed on anybody, which is magic. It's going to be beat from memes on Ashland to eat rest forward. Find Clario, who a little bit, the station's a little too far forward. He's got eliminated. We have a Soldier Visor popped on Coastline. Got saved by the railing. I thought you were going to go into the drink. But tragically, again, no one's looking, no one's in the position where that soldier was looking, so it's an almost 4-0 ultimate. Ooh, volley, I'm sorry.
Despacito, though, is going to get payback for his fallen teammate. Window drop.
Ooh, that's a lot of damage.
The thing is, they still have more damage that they can push out. They've got that Visor, and the Alaria is already more than halfway to charging up another Captive Sun, so a mulligan.
I don't really... That had to genuinely be a miss, because there's only one person that can get rid of Captive Sun, like the spot from Captive Sun, and that's, you know, P1. Sorry, is Bubbles. So that must have been either a miss or both bubbles were used. He's not getting space off of it. One bubble gets burned. Ooh. We're gonna Visor with amp speed, go in, Terra Surge.
Oh.
Zarya goes low, uses grab as a last-ditch effort, but everyone had ran away from the ulted soldier. Do not blame them. Oh, Soldier!
Oh!
Soldier, I have so many questions. Why didn't you just... Oh, there
Had a
was...
very bad time, too. They're crossing 80%, which means Ashland University, I don't know if they can make it back as a full team. We're down to 90, and Lucio's taken a lot of damage already from the turret. They're going to barely make it over.
Lucio does not make it
Oh,
off,
no.
so he got booped off.
They didn't make it in time.
No, Captive Sun is burned. Spore Ultimate is also used that multi-core. Captive Sun gets 2. Despacito goes down to Revalia. Now Kentucky's just rotating away as they have gotten staggers, and they're looking to go get the 3rd point.
Thing is, Kentucky also, they're doing this without the Lisbon speed boost as well. And they're still booking it pretty far, but Ashland with that Lucio speed boost looks like they're going to get there first. So we have a pause be brought out, unfortunately. But, as we said, you never know how internet can be.
I mean, right now, from my perspective, I'm not going to throw out any names of internet companies, but if my YouTube is buffering at home, I'm having a problem, and that was me last night. So, I definitely understand anyone having internet connection problems. If you have a cat, sometimes they like to see the internet. That also happens.
The University gets to the point first, is going to get the charge going and throw down the window. Kentucky throws down theirs as well, so everyone's just going to duck back around the corner and wait those windows out. Molten Core now popped by Ashland, by Kentucky, excuse me. Ashland University is going to use the beat, not the Molten Core instead, and the Terror Surge as well. Take out Mad Jack's pylon, and that's all they're going to be happy with. Meanwhile, the other Terror Surge from Kentucky does manage to take out one of their supports. Suzuki is the next to fall. Kentucky looking good to take this flashpoint back.
Andy with the 2-piece spear spin, putting 2 players in the blender, picks up Max shortly thereafter, and Clara, with help of their Orisa, does manage to also pick up another. Kentucky, you don't have to do it, but I really, really want to just see the combo. Make the combo happen. Pull them into the Terror Surge, drop the Captive Sun, and blow them up. Please. It makes my monkey brain happy.
But they have the Captive Sun to use this turn as well. But Despacito, as long as he can just get picks like that, he got one of their supports to keep him at bay, buying more time for his team.
And Ashland has chosen to go over the JQ. Tired of the whole Battle Towel matchup. I get it, but scary thing is that Andy has Spear. JQ tries to use Rampage, you get Spear.
Here comes the Captive Sun. This one is going to hit.
Ooh.
And that Immortality field that Kentucky threw down wasn't enough by a long shot. Ashland threw down wasn't enough by a long shot. Kentucky just tore through it.
That's 3 gone, 97%. No way anyone's gonna touch. Amplification Matrix for good measure, and that is Kentucky walking away with the map 2 victory on Cervasa.
But Kentucky obviously showing that they're the team that's a very comfortable. Hey, that's a nice comeback as well. For missing the first Captive Sun, getting one that hits and then getting play of the game from it. That's redemption right there.
Well, one thing also is, Kentucky was very successful on the actual control point, and then we moved to Flashpoint, and they are very successful there as well, demonstrating that their comfort is control points.
But now we're back to escort and push for the last 2 modes, and so the thing is, Kentucky is going to have to move out of their comfort zone if they want to get the W.
Push doesn't exist. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, they have escort. They have escort left.
Well, of course.
Double Dorado, just back to back.
Yeah. Let's go Dorado and Rialto. Push. No. The worst part is when you got the team that. And I'm not saying this was really bad because this is typically how things go. Everyone hates 2 of the 3 types of push maps, so there's only one map that you practice, and you got to pray that the other team does not therefore ban it. Thankfully, NACE doesn't use a ban system just yet, and if you lose and you have to go on to push, you get to pick the one map that you enjoy. You just got to pray that the other team is picking the map you also like if you're not the one picking.
We kind of always route. It's kind of the opposite of escort. On escort, we root for the outside choice to be picked. on push, we're like, just please choose the one that
It
everyone
is so
wants.
long. It is 8. Like, if you choose Coliseo, we're spending 5 minutes looking at a corridor. And if there's Widowmakers, then everyone's just staring at the corridor. Like, I'm not peeking, you peek. And it gets painful.
It's much less fun than watching the Backroom series. It's a corridor series that just isn't as fun to watch.
I know some teams that are like, the only push map they practice is Esperanza, which I completely understand. That's valid. Some only do New Queen Street, and some, you know that they're crazy because they only do Coliseo. That's all I got to say. I respect it, but do I think you're a little crazy? Yes.
I just think they're crazy because it's the only stage that's chosen that doesn't have a trolley on it. And as just a train nerd myself, Coliseo, you're not choosing the one that, at least aesthetically for me, I can stand Toronto or Esperanza, but Coliseo, on a pure superficial, very surface, no strategy involved whatsoever, doesn't do anything for me. It is going to be Esperanza.
Esperanza! I'm fine with this. This is acceptable. Not saying I get any say in it, but this one's much more exciting to look at least. Also, can we talk about the fact that we introduced push, and then Blizzard was like, here's 3 maps. We're going to make a new map type. Can you give us some more flavors? I'm tired of the Neapolitan variety of ice cream I'm getting with the push maps here, Blizzard.
That's a good point. At least we can make it a 50-50 shot of a decent stage instead of just Esperanza all by itself.
That's true.
Yay, there's the trolley. I'm happy now.
5.
See, that you were talking a little bit earlier, the Alori combo makes your monkey brain happy. This is my
Objective unlocks.
I completely understand. All right, so we don't know which team is which, but of course, if you remember the names, you'll be able to identify them. We've got both teams running out on the JQ composition. The one variant, Despacito, pulling out the Corbiorn, whereas we have Maxed Up pulling out the Sojourn. Both can be very, very powerful compositions, but it all depends on playing to your strengths and baiting the enemy into those areas where you will be able to succeed the most. Forcing out Sojourn Slide very early, Clario on that Genji. Follow-up wasn't fast enough. Sojourn goes unpunished.
Kentucky swinging around the other way, so does Ashlyn. Genji moving in. It's a good chunk of damage, but isn't able to land the pick. He gets taken out by Maxed Up. Turret has also gone for that Torb, and the Torb follows shortly afterwards. Butters also bites the dust. And then Junker Queen, they all collapse around her. Ashton University gets the first push.
When you play a character like Corbiorn, I feel like if you don't get those picks or get the kill immediately, when someone starts coming after you, you have 2 options. And the one is land your shots, and if you don't land those shots, they're really the only, you have to go plan B, which is your option, and that is for run. And you're not the fastest when your overdrive goes off as Corbiorn. So, makes it a little rough.
2 ultimates come online for Ashland. They're going to use both of them back to back, the beat and the rampage, and everyone from Kentucky falls. And now, the situation goes from bad to worse for Kentucky as the forward spawns are gotten for Ashland.
Ashlyn wanted to secure this forward spawn position with the bot. We are now in transition phase. There's another term that's sometimes used for that I can't say on broadcast, but if you're aware of it, just look at the bot's animation during this whole sequence and you'll probably figure it out. Now we've got Mad Jack again with his speed, looking for an opportunity to use it. Doesn't have to worry about JQ ult, so theoretically, sees one that's a little deadly, can choose to use it. Revalia goes down, Butters responds to using his Tsune Rush to make sure that Ashton University has the advantage, but Suzuki and Revalia both go down, as does JQ, as does Meme. Now Kentucky is in control.
Probably have to survive for one more team fight to make sure that they can get that forward spawn off the table for Ashland. Also going to be wanting to watch their flanks. That Tracer now has a pulse bomb. That Lucio isn't paying attention.
Stir the pot a little bit here, just as a reminder, yes, the scores above the team, well, next to the team name, those are the series scores. So Kentucky at series point, they want to win this and walk away, they want to go get their homework done. Ashland University looking for this map win to send us to a map 5 because they want us to go to escort.
They already got their homework done.
Yeah.
They're good.
They're ready for the full 5-game series, and they're like, Escort's our jam. That pushes a little bit,
Oh,
but we
this
can
is
get
huge.
it. As we have Clario and Andy from Kentucky getting a 2-piece. There's a 3-piece Clario. That was a lot of Genji, and not even having to use Blade. Those Ghost Dashes coming in strong.
All they had to do was spend the beat Molten Core, and it worked out for them. Kentucky still has 2 ultimates left to use. Dragon Blade and the Terra Surge. You can just see Clario. He's already got enough in these windows, just waiting for the opportunity to use the blade. He's going to charge out, though. He's so low on health. Terra Surge is going to be used by Andy. Trying to help bail that Genji out. Max is eliminated by Despacito. Traded back with a punch to the Genji as he used the Dragon Blade as well.
Oh, that is tragic. Andy is running away. Has Despacito still alive? Butters was alive while I was talking, but both Butters and Despacito are now gone. Of course, says, okay, it's time for me to go to pasture, and walks towards the bot to get eliminated.
He's very low on health, however. Just going to barely survive that. Was taking a good bit of damage from the Torp turret, so. And that's the only thing on your team that gets the elimination.
Forward spawn.
It comes in clutch sometimes, especially when you like.
It's there for a reason. It's part of his kit.
It does. It'll have multi-core. We have Kitsune Rush online for Kentucky. If you round up enough. I'm not a math major. I'm allowed to round things. Revalia does have Kitsune Rush as well. We have Mad Dub popping the overclock with the Kitsune Rush coming out from their side as well. A little strange to combo those, but to each their own. Let's hope that spending 2 is worth the payback they'll receive.
Kentucky also brings the Molten Core to the party. Kitsune rushes wear off that Junker Queen, taking a lot of damage, and she is gonna fall. Terra Surge also to secure the fight. Kentucky wins it, but they had to spend everything.
I mean, Mad Jack almost has beat.
And it's true.
If you're really rounding up, Mad Jack has beat.
So does Memes as well. But the one who's closest is Vasuki, who almost has their own Molten Core.
Not so fast.
One key pick on Vasuki, or maybe Memes, and I think Kentucky has a chance. Actually making their way toward finding what angle they want to push here. Molten Core now online for Vasuki, taking a whole bunch of damage. Almost was taken out by that Sojourn. However, survives, and the Molten Core now very much a factor, as well as both beats. Molten Core is going to be expended. Kentucky uses the beat in response. Now Ashland spends their beat. Andy gets a pick onto Vasuki, however, Kentucky is toughing it out. It was 2 ultimates against 1, and Kentucky is looking like the winning team. Clario gets the pick on toward Max. Rampage now used by Ashland, trying to turn things around. Is able to take out Mad Jack. Andy almost had an elimination. Just managed to escape.
Butters on the side of Kentucky also get used to trying to clean up this fight that's lasting a little bit too long. Did they need Kitsune for 3 people? How long these 2 are dancing around? Yes, they did. Vasuki picks up Despacito for Kentucky.
This is one of the most drawn-out fights I've seen. Now we see an overclock for Kentucky, a Kitsune rush for Ashland. The overclock comes in clutch as it eliminates Memes, and a Terra Surge as well for Kentucky. You know that this fight has gone on so long, they've used an ultimate, kept fighting, and then used the next ultimate that's been charged up. That they managed to charge over the course of this really long fight.
Ashland's core of Kiriko, Lucio, and JQ should not have lived. That Kitsune rush should have secured the fight for Kentucky, because Ashland University uses, they're an explosive composition. They need to, use their cooldowns in conjunction, get the eliminations, and then, get the cooldowns back. You run out of gas very quickly, whereas Kentucky can play the longer fight. But Ashland's adapting on the fly and is making these fights go extremely long. We have been chilling out around center point now for about 3 minutes. Despacito's gonna finally go down to max dubstep, and now it's time to start hitting that gas pedal if you're Ashland University.
Moving back towards the challenge Kentucky, but now we're back where we started. This is what World War I was like. It's a lot of fighting and not much progress in any direction.
They took the robot. Let's fix that.
Oh boy. All right, JQ, show me what you can do. Andy has a spear. That's really the thing you gotta look out for. Spear, Suzu. Are we gonna get a well-executed rampage, or are we going to get speared? We are down to the last 90 seconds. Ashland University is leading as far as bot percentage goes. Suzu is used in response to the Terra Surge, which is cut short. Beat is used. B1 can, if theoretically live, wait this out. Unfortunately, does pass away. Lone Core used in response to losing the tank. Gonna give some extra forward space, but Rizuki is also going to pass away.
Is just...
Yeah. You want to know what the trenches look like.
Yeah. Especially since the molten core was used, it was literally that right there. Kentucky managed to pick up a double, however, takes out that Lucio, and the fight finally comes to a close. Kentucky has a chance to just get past where Ashland was. They are going to get the forward spawn, which is very crucial. Ashland does have a rampage, however. Kentucky is going to be able to answer that with a molten core and the Kitsune rush almost online for them.
The caveat of getting to that checkpoint with so little time on the clock is that stall that the bot forces everybody through the transition phase of getting the checkpoint and moving forward again. It allowed Ashland to claim the space back. We have Rampage online again. We've got B. The question is Ashland going to play patiently enough, force the cooldown from Andy and Butters to allow this Kitsune Rush to be, allow this Rampage to be successful. Kitsune Rush is burned first. There's Spearsmith. There is Spear. B1 needs to be looking for his ultimate. There is that Rampage. Picks up one, almost gets the Kiriko, but if Kiriko uses Swift Step, she is in hot water.
B1H eliminates Magic. Despacito trades it back by eliminating Max. Lucio's trying to survive. Terror Surge brought out by Kentucky. Doesn't get anyone, but does a lot of damage. Memes falls. The robot is pushing forward ever so slightly. They just need 4 meters, and it's overtime. Butters and Clario also get an elimination. The turret is taken down. The torp goes down. There's just the Junker Queen left. And Kentucky, have they won it in overtime? They almost did. It slowed down for a little, and they do. Oh my goodness, what an ending. They needed to come through. They were a control-focused team, but they win in push.
Also, B1 I commend you for getting all the way through the Mischief and Magic Battle Pass. That Archmage title means they hit every prestige and got all the way to the very end of the prestige options. That's a lot of dedication playing Overwatch.
Well, what a great game. But before we get to the next game, we also want to give a shout out to our various sponsors that support NACE Starleague and make these broadcasts possible. And our sponsors are Truth, and while we're at it, we also want to mention one of NACE's newest supporters, Odyssey Elixir. But first, let's talk about Truth a little bit. Truth is one of the nation's largest nonprofit health organization, helping to make tobacco and nicotine addiction a thing of the past. If you want to find out more about the effects of vaping on mental health, go to breathofstressair.com. And I mentioned Mushroom Elixir is one of NACE Starleague's newest supporters. So go and boost your game with Odyssey Mushroom Elixir. It's the journey. It was quite a journey that last game. That was a very fun match to watch. Congratulations to Kentucky for picking up the win. Do you have any final thoughts on that match to close it out?
I mean, I feel like a broken record when you ask me this question, but you know, he who ults first wins the fight, and that Kiriko was very, very trigger happy with that Q button. That's all I gotta say.
And I'll leave it just at that. That is our first match in the books. We'll take a break and then be back with the next Overwatch match of the night. St. Clair is waiting in the wings to make a show of force. We'll see if they can do it after this break. We're currently in the middle of our break between our first and second Overwatch matches of the night. Right now, we actually want to take a short time to interview Clario, one of the DPS players from Kentucky, who just won their match in spectacular 3-1 fashion. So we're going to have that interview beamed to us live here in the arena. So once again, I'm Jem. We got Nerdy right here, and hopefully we've also got Clario joining us from University of Kentucky. He will appear on the monitor once we get all that sorted out. Hey, there he is. Hello there.
Hello.
How you doing? Congrats on your win.
Thank you.
Well, we wanted to ask a few questions about the match that just transpired. We kind of saw a pattern where Kentucky really it really seemed you guys favored the control stages. I mean, you did a great job in the opening match, and then on Flashpoint, which is essentially Control Plus, you did a very good job. So what kind of is it about Control that kind of makes you more skilled at it?
To be honest, I think on King's Row we just kind of dropped our spaghetti a little bit. Like we were just kind of like, we got like discombobulated, started trolling. I don't think it's necessarily something about the control maps. Yeah, I mean on the control points we do like to run the Bapillary stuff. So I think like those maps kind of like adhere more to our strengths a little bit.
Okay, and so my second question is, you kind of touched on it. With King's Row, it seems to be the map that, everybody chooses for Escort. Were you guys anticipating having to go King's Row for the Escort map? And, you struggled a little bit. What was the kind of mentality shift that you had going from the struggle that occurred on King's Row going into Flashpoint? Was there anything that was said, or was it just kind of like concurrently everyone was like, okay, hey, let's get our act together. We need to figure this out. We're not losing on Flashpoint.
No, I mean like as soon as the map's over, it's just go next. Like we're just locked in. I mean you gotta be locked in. We gotta be locked in at every stage of the game. And if we're like thinking about what we did wrong the last map, or like spending too much time thinking about it, then we're just gonna like be a waste of time.
All right, well, we're sure you have a lot to get to, so we'll actually get you out on this last question. Will you consider coming back for like a special Star Wars themed match? Because I just have to point out how insane the Zarya fight was on King's Row at both of them at 100. I mean, did you take a second in your mind? I know you're focused on the game, but were you just looking at that going, wow, this is the biggest beam fight I've ever seen?
I mean, I've played so much Overwatch at this point. I'm used to the like just light shows that go on in the game. I mean, it's just like there's 10 million abilities going on at any time. It's just like you can never tell what's happening. You just gotta like if you like try to like think about it, it's just over.
All right, well, thank you for joining us so much. Congrats on your win. Very entertaining to watch. Well, we're going to be getting on to the second match shortly. Let's actually take a look at what we have coming up for NACE Starleague. We just finished our first match where Kentucky was able to beat out Ashland, and then we'll have our second of the night. It's going to be St. Clair versus Ferris State coming up very soon. So we're just going to do a quick swap out of casters, and then we will be back with the second game. This is NACE Starleague Week 3. Don't go away. St. Clair, the Saints versus the St. Clair, Saints versus Ferris State right after this.
like you're losing track. I know your heart bleeds. Don't lose your mind. Just let it be, let it be. Know you're dying inside. I know it gets harder. Days get longer. But close your eyes. It's gonna be alright. I know it gets harder. Days get longer. But close your eyes. It's gonna be alright. It's gonna be alright.
Welcome back to the NACE Starleague studio. The day of Overwatch continues rolling on as we're ready to load up our second match of the night. It's going to be St. Clair versus Ferris State. Should be a very fun match. St. Clair is a well-established name in the esports arena from Ontario, Canada. I'm still your host, Jacob Palmer. We've got a swap in for one of our casters. We've got Matt Murph joining us, a varsity collegiate player. Matt, I understand you've been to St. Clair before. Tell us a little bit about your experiences with them.
Yeah, I mean, they're a real underdog college, you know. They've had those upsets. They do have the talented players. This year, I'd argue that they've gotten some upgrades in some roles. You know, we do see Noxious coming in. He was on Hue. He's a really good hit scan player. And I think St. Clair this year is a bit more of a college to be feared compared to last year. But that's not to say they were bad last year either.
Let's take a look at what led us up to this point of this match, St. Clair versus Ferris State. As I said, we started out with a very exciting game of Kentucky versus Ashland University. Came down to overtime on push, and Kentucky was able to win it. Now we move on to St. Clair versus Ferris State. The Saints versus the Bulldogs. And let's take a look at the roster that we have coming up here. Matt, since you're more familiar with St. Clair, why don't you read off their roster?
So St. Clair, they have Squeak, Emerin, Noxious, Razor, and Soaks. Razor, an original Contenders player. He's been in the game since like 2019, I believe. And then you have Noxious coming over from Harrisburg. Just very talented players on the St. Clair roster.
And then for Ferris State, we've got Virgil, Axe, Chance, Kavushki, and Duali. I always like player names that are pretty fun to say. So props to Ferris State for making my job just a little bit more entertaining. It's just little things in life. All right, we're ready to jump into this stage. You were here watching the last game. Was there anything before we start this game that really stood out to you about that last one of Kentucky versus Ashland? You know, maybe some trends you saw, some strategies you liked that you might want to see in the second game.
You know, I just saw, like you said on Kings Row, that Zarya duel. Zarya is just super strong right now. They did buff her allied bubble, the 45 charge potential if they break that bubble, as well as it lasting a little bit longer, being a little bit bigger. It enables characters like Genji. That's what I really want to see.
We're just kind of getting an overview of everything that could be available to us. We're seeing stages from, we are seeing Lijiang Tower, which we started out last time. Right now they're showing us Circuit Royale. Should it go all the way to Escort? It would have to go all 5 games for that to start. But we are getting the confirmation we are starting out on Ilios for our first stage. And what of the 3 would you like to see most for Ilios to start out with?
I like Well. I like
Okay,
the,
yep, we're on the same page.
the boops from the Lucio. Red X is a really good Lucio player. I'd like to see well.
Well, and then I'm thinking whether it's a Lighthouse or Ruins that I'd like to see more. You know, they're kind of mid for me, I suppose. Maybe Lighthouse, maybe just that, just a little bit more.
Of those two, I want to see Ruins because like I said, I do know some of the players on St. Clair, and I think Noxious on Widowmaker could be quite the threat.
But we are going to get our wish as we are starting out on well. So we're just going to not waste any time, cut right to the caster favorite for the first stage. We were talking about Zarya, but what else really pops out to you about what you want to see on well?
On well, I could see potential for Junker Queen and Orisa, you know, those more rush, brawl characters. They could be
4,
a little bit better here.
2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
And we are off. It looks like this next teleport is going to be used by St. Clair to get to that point extra fast. It is wide open for them. They're rushing onward. Seems like we have two monkeys that are going to be battling out against each other.
I feel great.
Toward the point, the Reaper's going to try to get up on the high ground to contest it. No one's really fallen from either team quite yet.
Monkey on the side of Fair State falling real low. Wall Anti is able to survive at 1 HP. Monkey does go down to the Monkey on St. Clair.
Fair State, all they got was that Reaper left. The Lucio's gonna have to run away. Oh, that Echo is just caught out. And St. Clair is just gonna, you know, sometimes it's feast or famine, but they are just going all feast right now as they're picking up staggers on top of their very well-earned team wipe. And this Echo is gonna get hacked right out of the air! Like a falling star, back to the ground you go.
St. Clair almost building that rally and pulse bomb within the first fight, but they already won it. They got 2 picks. The Echo's not even back.
We also got this Sombra who's just doing so much damage in the back line of Ferris State. None of them even looked back, so this Sombra could have a very great day today in terms of how good their KDA is going to be looking.
And it looks like they are trying to take a fast fight in their spawn with Rally.
Rally is expended as Ferris State is just getting pushed all the way back toward their spawn. Rezer also takes out Chance. Now Ferris State is now left in their spawn, wondering how are they going to move forward from here. The Reaper's going to teleport off to the side. And the Sombra, they just walk right past each other. So now here comes the Sombra into the backline. It's going to give the call out towards St. Clair. A dive in by the Winston, and Chance falls almost immediately. Moving in with the Primal Rage, ready to use should he need it. Something tells me that St. Clair is just going to clear this out without the need for any ultimates.
Yeah, St. Clair playing their comp super well with the ultimates, pushing their advantage, you know, when they build the ults first, they use them early, not even letting Ferris State really prepare for them.
Ferris State doesn't even look like they're going to be able to touch the point. St. Clair finds a sweep in their opening volley.
You're safe.
Score.
Here we can see a replay of just how insane Squeak is on their tank. Talking about how you played you were talking about how you played against St. Clair multiple times. I understand you're on pretty friendly terms with them.
Yeah, there's some good players on the team. I am friends with some of them. It's really interesting seeing how they've improved. I think some of them even made it into contenders for the first time this last summer.
4, 3,
Very talented, though.
1.
Definitely showing that.
2.
Bulldog's going to try to turn things around, though, on Lighthouse. They're using Lucio's speed boost to waste no time getting toward the point. St. Clair is deciding to take the high ground route. Instead, up Ferris State goes. The Genji climbs up. They're trying to focus down one of the support. St. Clair is trying to take it out. Soaps is taking a bit of damage through their armor, but St. Clair manages to survive through Ferris State's initial volley. Wally got hit with the anti-nade and just short on time from there on out. St. Clair wins the fight, moves on to the point. It's going to continue moving where they left off.
Yeah, St. Clair, as long as they can survive that engage from Ferris State, that's really all Ferris State's comp can do is just push forward. So as long as St. Clair with that on a brig are able to sustain each other, they should be able to just win the neutral.
Oh no, the Kariko almost got hacked. A trade back and forth in terms of the elimination. Soaps is the first St. Clair Saint to fall. Oh my goodness, Wally just went right into that, right into Razor. Ferris State picking up some good eliminations here or there. Picked one up onto Nauseous. Emmering's the next to fall. Now they just have to deal with this Winston. All primal raged up. A rally coming back in for the recontest from St. Clair. There's also a Death Blossom available, but there are a lot of shields on the point. Death Blossom is used. It does pick up Soaps. Ferris State is giving it their all to try to take back this point. They're going to force the Winston to jump away, and that's enough for Ferris State to claim the point for themselves. The only question is Kabushki, as he moved in too far, he is able to take out Emmeryn, races away to get back with his team.
Yeah, St. Clair, they used 4 ults trying to recover from that fight, trying to turn it around, and they weren't able to. So now they only have EMP remaining.
Just how much that EMP can do, but Chance is already eliminated from Ferris State. The EMP lands onto 3. Kitsune Rush was used by Axe, but now there's not too many teammates left to take advantage of the boosts that gives. Ferris State falls, and St. Clair gets the point back.
On the side of St. Clair, they're building up those ults they used, trying to clutch up that fight. And so now it's going to be really hard for Ferris State with almost no ults to try and press through this defense, as they can just cycle the ults on the side of St. Clair.
Oh, the Reaper's following the Monkey after that dive in. Sweep is turning around, trying to find some way to take out St. Clair before they do too much damage, but the Pulse Bomb is thrown out. There's some Chance. Both supports down for Ferris State. Now both DPSs and add a tank to that as well. St. Clair gets another team wipe and is probably just going to coast right on into finish.
Yeah, we see St. Clair playing that more defensive style that fight, knowing that all Ferris State Thompson is going to try and do is run over the supports of St. Clair. So you saw Squeak leap backwards, actually, trying to protect his supports, and it worked out real well for him.
St. Clair is going to take the first stage control, but Ferris State did a good job in being able to take the point back from St. Clair. I mean, St. Clair used 4 ultimates to try to take out the point, and Ferris State still managed to get through all of them. So something to say about how that fight turned out. Soaps is actually going to be the one to support the Brig, picking it up. Of course, getting environmental on Ilios. I greatly approve. All right, so that's the first match gotten pretty quickly. And what do you say if you're Ferris State, you're the Bulldogs, and you're looking to pull something out of St. Clair? I don't think the choice is to go on Kings Row. You're talking about how there's contenders players in this team.
Yeah.
If there's anyone that's going to know everything about Kings Row, it's going to be them.
Yeah, that is a map. A lot of people, second map in the scrim, you load in, you're going to get Kings Row. Most people are super practiced on that map, especially if they're in contenders. So seeing that variety of maps, trying to pull a surprise map out might be the Bulldogs' best chance here.
Of course, any justification whatsoever for seeing Blizzard World, I will fully go through, because it is an out there choice, but you're going to have to switch up something with St. Clair, because it seems like they've gotten their strategy so refined down that you just want to try to find anything to really upset the state of play that we are in here. We are getting the confirmation that it's changed again.
not too surprising there, to say
Nope,
the least.
nope, not too surprising there. Okay, let's on get to King's Row then, as I said in the first stage, with a smile on my face and the bitterness in my heart. But here we go. We will move on to the next stage. And just kidding, of course. I have seen a lot of exciting matches on King's Row. It's just always fun comedically to have that one punching bag that you can always go back to. But it's popular for a reason. And as Nerdy said in the first match, it's really an all-or-nothing stage. And St. Clair, I'm almost thinking that it's just going to be all for them. So you're really thinking a thing of Ferris State is being forced in a position where they're going to have to at least force this to overtime.
Yeah, I would expect some different compositions, especially from St. Clair. You don't see the monkey picked too often on King's Row. But at the same time, you saw they looked very strong on that monkey comp. Their backline was able to survive the hard engage of the Bulldogs. But it looks like at least one team is going to be on Reinhardt here. The King's Row Classic.
We haven't actually seen too much Ryan in the past few weeks, so it's nice to see him be brought back.
Nice throwback to Overwatch 1 King's Row.
Yep. It's the classic, you know, you get the Ryan and May, Wall and Maul.
Yep.
So some classics just never die. They're classics for a reason.
Seems like a bit of a spawn hold going on here with the positioning.
And St. Clair, with how much they push Ferris State back to their own spawn, I'm really not surprised that they're taking this route to start off game 2. This is something that's really kind of amplifying the all-or-nothing state of King's Row. That they're pushed so far forward that, I mean, they can burn a lot of time off Ferris State. At the same time, if Ferris State just manages to explode and be able to take out St. Clair, then they're pushed past the choke point. There's no one really holding that far back for St. Clair, so the point is pretty much completely open to them if they're quick and can make it around, but they're caught in the alleyway as well, as damage is just pummeled right onto them. And that is another team wipe. St. Clair takes it again.
The Junkrat spamming those choke points in the spawn has already built his ult, which I think might catch the Bulldogs off guard. You really don't expect an ult to be built that quickly. Going in here.
And he brings out, oh my goodness, you don't do... Okay, St. Clair, I mean, you're showing, you're just gonna rip tire right into the spawn. Okay, I see how it is. All right, the Rhine heads out. They're going to use the wall to try to split up St. Clair. In they go, but St. Clair, once again, a mine from the Junkrat gets a double. Ferris State once again left searching.
Looks like the Reinhardt's going for a sneaky shatter here on the side of St. Clair. But with the Sim TP on the side of Ferris State, they might unknowingly teleport right past him.
I don't even see the shatter, but I'll take the elimination feed. I'll take their word for it that it was a good shatter.
Yeah.
There's only Kavushki left. And if there's anyone I would want left, it's Kavushki.
We are falling apart.
Overclock now online for St. Clair, as well as the amplification matrix, because that's the one thing St. Clair wasn't lacking at. You know, let's put even more damage. Ooh, I like this play from the Rhino. They're rotating off into the theater, giving themselves a bit of cover. They're going to go around the Rosie, but their team is kind of awkwardly split up. Emerin is takes out Virgil, gets a double axe, is able to get rid of their Lucio, but now this Riptire is charged up yet again. For the love of all things decent in the universe, do not just put it into the spawn again. I want to see creativity. It looks like, okay, I see what he's going for. I see what he's going for.
Will the Bulldogs spot Emerin above with Riptire? I don't think they're gonna. They're all grouped. They try and get right past St. Clair, but they are not able to make it.
Oh, we have a Rhine battle right on point, but the rest of the DPSs from St. Clair turn around. And that is another team wipe. Ferris State, if there's one chance they have, it's going to be all the ultimates that they have for this push.
Yeah, they do have both portals and an Earth Shatter. St. Clair only having that Lucio beat, maybe building Earth Shatter mid-fight.
Everything is being used. Everyone's pushing Q. Kavushki manages to get a pick onto Emerin, but the elimination feed has shown a whole lot of blue. St. Clair holds Ferris State to not even one tick on the stage. St. Clair, up until this point, was undefeated in their season, and we can see why.
Every time I'm so shocked. As I'm trying to talk about the ults, they use them so early, I don't even have a chance. Just constantly pushing that aggressive playstyle against Ferris State.
Initiating match.
I'm going to take a look here at, they tried to use the sim teleport, so this Junkrat tire actually had a ways to go before it made it toward the team. I mean, I liked Ferris State's thinking. I mean, they were changing it up. I mean, so many times, you know, as Nerdy was talking at the beginning of this broadcast, it was mainly about hero swaps, but it's also root swaps as well. You gotta sometimes change things up, and they were trying rotating through theater, they were trying using the sim teleport. I mean, Ferris State threw everything they could at it, and I have to commend them for that.
Fortunately, St. Clair did get a full hold against them. So now the fire's burning underneath them. They have to play this defense so well if they want to draw the map, because they didn't even get a tick.
Well, time's ticking down. The Bulldogs better get to the point. They're only now leaving the station. Yes, the train was late as always, but now we are here ready to fight. St. Clair looking like they're not going to stop their high-speed frenzy. You were saying, you know, you don't often see Winston on Keen's Row, but I think St. Clair's going to try to find a way to make it work.
3, 2,
Oh,
1.
never
Oh,
mind.
nope, they swapped their
Attackers
Okay.
incoming.
They were just baiting us.
Did the Rhine land a pin? Did I see that correctly?
That was a great hack. He was about to charge, and one thing is St. Clair is their Sombra has just been on point, wrecking so much havoc with Ferris State's abilities. Anti-nade thrown onto Chance. He's backing up further on toward the point. Sombra's going to hack one of the health packs and then get ready to do even more havoc in the back line. But sweet falls from Chance. A great flame strike to take out St. Clair's tank. Razor's the next to fall. Virgil is eliminated by Emerin, but now they know about the Sombra's plans. Razor's going to rape away. It is a hold for now by the Bulldogs.
Ferris State is happy to win a couple of fights here. They're building their ults slightly faster than St. Clair, but we do see
No.
the ball.
This is your specialty, Matt. The wrecking ball.
Yes, and we see the junk getting a little silly with the angles.
There's only this Reaper that can try to stall it out with the Wraith on point. But that's not enough. St. Clair takes the second round.
Only so much Ferris State can do when they're able to get surrounded like that. We have the junk top left, the Sombra taking an angle, and the ball slamming on the engage.
Play of the game.
Noxious is going to be picking up the play of the game on Sojourn.
2 down.
I mean, I would have given that to the Junkrat on the Riptire, but I think he lost all his karma in the first, you know. Again, Riptiring just right into the spawn with no regard to whether they're pushed past the healing wall or not. I'm going to have to take a few points off for that in terms of just style.
Yeah, Riptire a little bit early there.
Okay, so we're going into what could be the final stage. St. Clair looks like they are just barreling right towards a 3-0 sweep. But we still have Flashpoint to do and 2 choices on Flashpoint. So you got a 50-50 chance, Matt. What are you choosing?
New Junk City.
Every time we've said New Junk City, and every time so far on NACE Starleague, we have seen the different choice on Flashpoint. Nerdy, who's just off camera, is turning and giving quite a look to us. So I'm wondering if we're just going to see for the 3rd time in a row another same stage, and just whether this whole New Junk City thing even exists, or if it's just a figment of my imagination at this point.
You have to win at some point if you keep betting on red.
You have to win at some point. That's a good philosophy to follow. Well, I guess not good. There's a reason why the casinos are so tall in Vegas. It's for people following that. Okay, getting back to the point, though, what are you seeing from St. Clair that you think is making them so strong in the way that they attack?
Just like I've said, that aggression from them. They barely even give the enemy a chance to think, let alone me, as I'm watching. It looks like
It's Servasa. It's not New Junk City. We're not going to see that stage ever. No matter how many times our casters say that it's the preferred stage. Nope, let's go to Servasa. Hey, I don't mind it at all. We've seen a lot of exciting stuff on Servasa.
very interesting map, a lot of angles, a lot of high grounds, a lot of potential for some silliness, to say the least.
So, St. Clair, just one victory away from claiming this, sweeping it, and moving on undefeated in their NACE Starleague season. They're often a sight in NACE Starleague postseason events
1.
and considered a top competitive team.
Initial flashpoint. Market.
Flashpoint is going to start out on market like it always does. We're going to see both teams now book it as fast as they can to get toward the flashpoint. Ferris State is first.
Really like
St. Clair, ooh, this is the first time we're seeing a Zen be brought out. I'm scared of Ray's ability if he's confident enough to bring out a Zen.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot harder for Chance on Junker Queen to survive against the Bastion, Zarya, and the Zen. There's so much damage potential.
Soldier's trying to get away, is not going to be able to. The rest of Ferris State are falling. It's just a stall out at this point with the Wraith for Ferris State. They move on to the flashpoint, capture it. Now the score will start moving up.
Lucy will remain the same. Ferris State probably need to try and find their way onto the Zen in order to win this one. Prevent that Discord from being kept throughout the fight.
Kavushki gets the pick onto Ray, my hero, the best gamer take of the match. And Chance also gets a pick onto Emerin. This is the chance for Ferris State to take it back. They're moving on to the point. Still 3 Saints to deal with, but the Soldier makes his way onto the point, starts the charge up. There's no one near it for St. Clair. They're just going to reset at this point. Ferris State takes it back.
But you know, like I said, they do need to get rid of that Discord, and that's exactly what
Kavushki
did.
Kavushki again! The double! Ferris State and my hero. And he's got the Death Blossom ready to go. Okay, let's see it, Kavushki. Come on.
Like they go early with the Kyriel. They can even just get the Suzu out here. It'll allow the reroll to get more value.
Kavushki gets another one. Is waiting for the rest of the Saints. Moving in this side route now. He's going to have to time this right. That's both bubbles used by the Zarya. As long as they're making sure they're playing around those cooldowns, it is a green light for Kavushki to just do havoc. He brings out the Death Blossom, picks up the Kuriko. Squeak also falls, and Ferris State is on their way to taking the first flashpoint.
Yeah, with 90% on the clock, it's unlikely St. Clair even has a chance to touch here.
Nice job by Ferris State. They pick up market.
Next flashpoint.
They're going into this fight with more ults than St. Clair. If they can get that Suzu out once again, it'll enable Chance with that Junker Queen ult. Nothing to cleanse it.
We're seeing a lot of swaps over by St. Clair as well. They've swapped off of that Zarya, moved on back to the Junker Queen. Noxious has gone over to the Hanzo. Ferris State has a Rampage just about ready. Kitsune Rush is going to be expelled by Ray. The Visor is going to be used in return, as well as the Rampage. Emerin's turret gets taken out, and that Moira just pokes her head out, gets a Visor right to the face. But St. Clair has picked up a double, so can Ferris State still defend this. They do manage to pick up the point, but the question is, for how long as the respawn starts to come in? Emerin is able to eliminate Virgil. St. Clair takes the flashpoint back.
Yeah, we saw Chance go in with that Junker Queen ult, but Razor was holding on to that cleanse, and as soon as he came in, he helped his team stay up through it, just automatically countering that ult. Sinclair also has a good response to the one ult of Fair State. Oh!
Wow.
Or they just land a couple headshots. That works too.
This might just be the scenario. Oh, off the edge you go! Oh! St. Clair, you're better than that. Oh no. It's also amazing that the water just doesn't make any sort of splash whatsoever. But again, small indie company, you know, you can't count on water physics at this point.
It's a different type of water.
We're on to the next flashpoint. St. Clair has a whole bunch of ultimates. I think this Hanzo just might have been a counter pick because he is just picking up everybody. Throws out the dragons, but Kavushki once again, the savior of Fair Estate. Virgil picks up Noxus, puts an end to his foe-armed reign of terror, and Fair Estate is making their way back on toward this flashpoint. This Moira is surviving, but has to move away. Fair Estate takes the flashpoint back for themselves.
You saw Fair State's coordination there. They popped that Kiriko ult, and almost immediately Squeak went down on Junker Queen. Just the focus fire from Fair State was so good there.
Squeak is deciding to go full flavor with the Wrecking Ball. The name fits the character. Moves in, slams down, actually doesn't slam down. Kavushki does have this this Death Blossom available. That's a lot of damage that the Wrecking Ball has taken. Squeak slams down, eliminated by Kavushki. Pickle Piglet also gets a pick onto Red X. They are both on fire, and Fair Estate on their way to taking the second flashpoint. Do not disrespect them, St. Clair. The Bulldogs are here to fight, and they are just one flashpoint away from claiming this entire stage.
Yeah, I have to say I'm not a fan of the ball pick into Fair Estate's comp. There's so much to force him out, so much that can live through it. There's only so much that ball can do. And so you see Squeak swap onto Rhine. Kind of a Junker Queen counter pick in a way.
Flashpoint unlocks in 10 seconds.
Get ready.
We'll see St. Clair with control of the point to start, but Fair Estate with their ults just going to the high ground.
St. Clair is going to be the first to take this third flashpoint. Kavushki just waiting with the Death Blossom, moves in thanks to the Kitsune Rush in. The May's going to hide for now.
Oh,
wow, the Death
Kavushki.
Blossom all around takes all of her teammates out of the picture. The Rhine is charging right to his death, is going to end to make sure that there is no stagger being brought out onto St. Clair. But a victory is a victory for Fair Estate. They've got the flashpoint back for themselves on what could be the winning one for them.
Yeah, the time ticks so quickly on this. Using ults to win a fight like that, even if they use 3, isn't bad. Basically guarantees only one fight to actually try and take the point.
They pass St. Clair in their ultimate ult charge. St. Clair does not have an ultimate to engage on this point. Fair State does have this beat, but they need to tank through any sort of damage. First chance! No! Talk about target focus. Everyone just focused onto him. He falls for Fair Estate. That beat comes through too late. Now St. Clair sitting on 3 ultimates, taking back the flashpoint.
We'll see the only ult on the side of Fair State is Visor, which into the Rhine shield really doesn't get too much value. It's going to be hard. He has to set up an off angle, but this point's so close that it might be impossible. I just want to save it for the next checkpoint.
This ends now.
Window thrown down by St. Clair as well as the overclock. That corridor is a dangerous one to be in for Fair Estate. They're going to move off out of the sidelines for St. Clair. Let those 2 ultimates burn themselves out. They've dealt with 2, but they got 3 left. A huge shatter being brought out by St. Clair. Oh, but the wall goes up right into the own Rhine who charges. Oh, no. You prevented your Rhine from doing even more havoc to the team. I mean, you won the fight, but Again, there's just weird things that are happening with St. Clair's performance here.
And even though Ferris State did lose that fight, you got to give them some credit. They kited the first two ults used by St. Clair, the window and the Sojourn ult, so well. And they didn't use any ults of their own. They forced 3 on the side of St. Clair, allowing them to just focus more on this point now that they can have an ult fight.
We're on to the 4th flash point. Kitsune Rush and Visor to open it up. It's answered back with the Blizzard and Beat. And that Blizzard and Beat keeping Ferris State at bay. And St. Clair is fighting back with force. They're moving in. The Soldier is just gonna take himself out for the good of the team. Let St. Clair take the point and allow Ferris State to fight back as a full team shortly.
Some great ults from St. Clair there, splitting Ferris State when they had that ult advantage. Now they almost have the window Sojourn ult combo back up again. Can Ferris State kite it as well the second time is the question.
Let them up.
Here goes the window, a whole bunch of damage onto Ferris State, forcing them to just hang back for the moment.
Ferris State doing so well at avoiding that window, just running, taking a different angle. And the reap roll from Kavushki.
Oh, Kavushki! Oh, my heart is broken. He was the one to turn it around so many times for Ferris State, and it's fizzling out. We're gonna be going on to the 5th and final flashpoint.
Again, seems like another big ult fight will be coming up. Ferris State, 50% to the supports in Visor, and they do have that Junker Queen ult, and there's no cleanse this time around on St. Clair's side. So if Ferris State can get a good engage, it's going to be hard for St. Clair to survive.
Gonna go all the way over to Ruins to decide the fate of this match. Will St. Clair sweep it 3-0?
Oh,
Will
and
Ferris
flank.
State pick up a victory? They've got this rampage. The Junker Queen is moving in. She brings it out, moves, goes over the whole team. A huge anti-nade also placed onto St. Clair. Immortality Field to bail them out, but one of them falls. It is Noctis. Meanwhile, the rest of the team traded 2 for 1. Kavushki comes through with the double,
And the beat.
triple. He's quad.
Kavushki.
He's back in form. He is there to push Ferris State to the 5th flashpoint. Say, we will not be counted out.
Kavushki knew the camera was on him for the last Reaper ult, and he said, I need to redeem myself. And that he did.
Production, I'm just asking you, if we do a top 5 of this, I just want all Kavushki plays, okay? Just make it the top 5 Kavushki plays, please. I'm begging you.
Ooh, the wall from Emmer and Kavushki gets caught out.
Noxious and Emmeryn pick up a double. There's just 3 left for Ferris State. Kavushki was one to fall. And now this Ryan is just going to do what he does best, just bully smaller heroes around. St. Clair picks up the point. More than halfway there for Ferris State. They've got to overcome possibly 5 ultimates. St. Clair is almost all charged up.
Ferris State, though, they're also building up ults of their own. It's going to be a battle of who can use their ults better, and it looks like St. Clair's going to do their classic where they go early with them.
Ooh, that's a scary window for St. Clair to set up.
Chance is split because of it, and St. Clair runs him over. The rest of Ferris State just getting out of that fight. Ferris State nearly 4 ultimates, nearly 5.
If they want to just do it in this team fight, they might just try to make sure that they're charged up. I mean, both of these teams are probably going to have at least 4 ultimates. Here we go. Blizzard versus the Kitsune Rush. The Blizzard worked out so well for St. Clair before. Tactical Visor now brought out by Ferris State. As the shadow goes out from St. Clair. And it gets everyone from Ferris State. They flip Mirror Force over, but Kavushki has a plan of his own. Him with Chance with the Rampage. Noxious picks him up. One last valiant effort from Ferris State. But St. Clair is going to sweep this one 3-0. Oh my goodness, that was such an exciting Flashpoint round. That was the most excitement I've had in one round that basically saved the whole match for me in terms of entertainment value. Huge props to Ferris State for making it as competitive as it was in that flashpoint.
The last fight just so incredibly close there. Kavushki almost clutched it back up as he has in the past.
Well, great job for St. Clair picking up the victory. That second match is going to end in pretty short fashion, so we will have the third match coming up for you after this break. But before we get to it, we're going to leave you with a video from our sponsors at Truth. And then also during the break, I don't know if production is going to fulfill my request for the Kavushki highlight, but we'll see. We'll see what they come up with. But I know for sure we will have the video from Truth, and then we'll take it toward a break. We'll have the third Overwatch match of the night get set up. We have an interview, I'm being told, with RedX, however. So that will be another thing that we will get to before the next match starts.
Breathe in and know that vaping nicotine can actually increase feelings of stress.
Yet some vape companies get rich telling you it's a stress reliever.
So let's call it what it is. It's a breath of stress air.
to the NACE Starleague studio. We just saw the second match of the day conclude as St. Clair pulled off a 3-0 sweep. And we have a player from the victorious team that is going to be joining us right in the middle of the NACE Starleague arena. I'm your host, Palmer. I am joined by Matt Murphy, and I think we're going to be joined by Fredex here from St. Clair. St. Clair Saints. Fredex is going to be beamed into us live to see. We're just going to ask him just about what happened in that last match. Fredex, excuse me, I'm sorry.
Oh, hi. What's up, NACE Starleague Nation?
Yeah, well, congrats on your 3-0 win. I just got to ask a few things about your match, because what I most want to know was what was going on during that flashpoint stage, because you were pretty smooth sailing until you reached there. You had to kind of pull off a mini reverse sweep in that one round.
You know, I heard the Pyongyang Pelicans were calling, and our team wanted to put out a tribute to them because we're really big fans of them, and we tried to pull out their comp, and didn't turn out, so we had to go back to our regular comp.
All right, well, I got someone here that I'm sure you know, Matt, who wants to ask his own questions. Matt, what do you got?
Yeah, we saw you play the Moira on Servasa. I want to know, are you feeling more confident on that hero now that you've played with Nolan Corona V? What inspired that pick there?
Of course, yeah. I got Nolan in my heart. I just feel I got Moira coming through my veins. I got damage orbs. I got healing orbs. I'm just a Moira queen. That's all I have to say about that.
All right, well, we know you're busy, so we'll get you out on this, but I am still blown away by your team's acrobatics when one of your team members fell into the water. There was no splash, no ripple. It was like just a smooth transition. I'm just wondering, how do you pull off such great water acrobatics?
I don't know. Emran he's just absolutely a great swimmer. He had his head straight up like this, perfect dive. 10 out of 10, 0 splash. The judges on the side obviously have realized it was a 10 out of 10 dive. So that's great that you guys noticed that.
Everyone except for the Russian judge, but it's always that one that gives the lower score. But that is all that we have for you tonight. Congrats on your 3-0 win. We'll get to our next match as soon as we can, but thank you so much for joining us, Fredex.
Thank you very much. Have a great night.
Thank you. We are definitely, and it's going to be an even greater night as we move on to our third game. You're not going to want to go away. We'll take a break and then be back with the third of 4 Overwatch games tonight on NACE Starleague. Supports Suzuki at the next.
Overdrive goes off as Stormborn. So, makes things a little rough.
Come online, crash them. They're going to use both of them back to back, the beam and the rampage, and everyone from Kentucky falls. And now
Payback Dozy.
Kentucky also brings the Molten Core to the party. Kasumi rushes wear off that Junker Queen, taking a lot of damage, and she is gonna fall. Terra Surge also secure the fight. Kentucky wins it, but they had to spend our lead studio. Currently in the middle of our break between our first and second Overwatch matches of the night. But right now, we actually want to take a short time to interview Clario, one of the DPS players from Kentucky, who just won their match in spectacular 3-1 fashion. So
I don't think they're gonna. They're all grouped. They try and get right past St. Clair, but they are not able to make it.
Oh, we have a Rhine battle right on point, but the rest of the DPSs from St. Clair turn around.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot harder for Chance on Junker Queen to survive against the Bastion, Zarya, and the Zen. There's so much damage
potential.
Soldiers trying to get away is not going to be able to. The rest of Ferro State are falling. It's just a stall out at this point with the Wraith.
St. Clair also has a good response to the one ult of Fair State. Oh!
Wow.
Or they just land a couple headshots. That works too.
This might just be the scenario. Oh, off the edge you got! St. Clair.
This is Nerdy Bird already turning on their mic.
deal with, but the soldier makes his way onto the point, starts the charge up. There's no one near for St. Clair. They're just going to reset at this point. Ferris State takes it back.
Well, you know, like I said, they do be together in that Discord, and that's exactly what
Kabushki! Kabushki again! The double! The rest of the Saints moving in the side route now. He's going to have to time this right. That's both bubbles used by the Zarya. They're making sure they're playing around those cooldowns. It is a green light for Kabushki to just do havoc. He brings out the Death Blossom, picks up the Kuriko. Squeakle Piglet also gets a pick onto Redx. They are both on fire, and Ferris State on their way to taking the second flashpoint. Do not disrespect them, St. Clair. The Bulldogs are here to fight, and they are just one flashpoint away from claiming this entire stage. Huge anti-nade also placed onto St. Clair. Immortality Shield to bail them out, but one of them falls. It is Noxious. Meanwhile, the rest of the team traded 2 for 1. Kavushki comes through with the double, the triple. He quad. He's back in form. He is there to push Ferris State to the 5th flashpoint. Here we go. Blizzard versus the Kitsune Rush. The Blizzard worked out so well for St. Clair before. Tactical Visor now brought out by Ferris State. As the shatter goes out from St. Clair. And it gets everyone from Ferris State. They flip Mirror Force over, but Kabushki has a plan of his own. Him with
our coverage of the NACE Overwatch series here for week 3. I'm your host, now Artie Nerdyberg Rain, joined by Matt Mercadante. How you doing, Matt?
Good, how about you?
I'm excited to go into these last couple of matches for the evening. I mean, this next one is going to be between Texas A&M Buffalo going up against the UT Comets. And of course, you know, you have a history with the Comets. Based off of what you know about them, what are your thoughts going into this first map?
So I'm actually pretty close friends with some of the players on their teams, and I've heard they're doing quite well in scrims recently. So I'm excited to see what they have to pull out. Obviously, they're not telling me all their secrets.
That's fair. Well, what's definitely not a secret is how we ended up here tonight. So to take a quick look at the entire schedule that we had leading up to this point, we are going to be starting our third series of the evening, but 2 have completed. And if you missed those, we can give you a quick recap of how those shook out real fast between our first match. And we can take a quick look now. First match was between Ashland University and Kentucky. Ended up being 1-3, Kentucky winning that one out on the final map. Then St. Clair taking on Ferris University. St. Clair 3-0'd, winning it out on Cervasa. And now we're going to go into West Texas A&M taking on the UTD Dallas Comets, which of course still a best-of-5 series. And then after that, we'll go into the University of San Francisco taking on UNLV in our open division for the NACE Starleague. So we got to start out on control, and we got some leaks.
Yes.
Someone was very fast to let production know which map they'd like to start on, which we appreciate. Nepal, though, is what we'll be starting on, and for that starting map, we'll have these players for this side of West Texas A&M. It's going to be Icarus, Mommy, Karma Eternal, Juicebox, as well as Miss Olivia.
UTD, Dewey, Mallard, Kashir, Phone, and Puggo.
All right, so as we get ready to jump into Nepal, if theoretically we start out on Sanctum, what heroes do you think we'd be seeing from either of these teams, or what would you be anticipating we'll see?
I'm going to say, at least from UTD, seeing that starting roster, you know, I would have expected Derpy, but now that he's not in, I'm going to expect a Junker Queen, maybe. One of the off-tank heroes, at least from them.
Okay, well, I mean, if Derpy was in, I'd expect Reinhardt.
Yeah.
I mean, Reinhardt all the way. That's his go-to pick. So with that in mind, yes, I do agree. Most likely going to see the JQ. If JQ doesn't work out, possibly swap over to the Zarya. Not so much Battle Cattle. If we see the Orisa pull out, I will be a little bit intrigued. And so Nepal, we've mentioned it before. Jacob, who was on earlier, definitely, you know, sang his swan song to that map. Enjoys seeing environmentals. I love seeing environmentals, but you're not so much of the Lucio players, so is that kind of a bane when you are the tank, even though the passive that kicks in makes it a little bit harder to get booped off?
In Overwatch 1, I'd say I wasn't the biggest fan of him, but now that passive has come in, I can't complain about it.
Okay, so if your teammates get booped off, it's like, that's your fault, not mine.
Yeah.
Simply put, that's totally fair and fine, but hopefully no tank makes the mistake and ends up going into the drink, as so to speak, as we get ready to load into Nepal.
I thought we were about to see what the first map was.
And we are going to get a quick viewpoint of every single map. The first one you saw with the square pit, that is Sanctum. Taking a quick look at Village, which is a love it or hate it out of the 3 sub-maps for Nepal. And then finally, we will have the Sanctuary map. This one's my personal favorite. I like the opportunity to have it more open air. It allows for more compositions to come into play. Out of the 3 sub-maps, though, which is your favorite?
Yeah, I don't know the name of it, but that one right there with the elephant.
Okay, that's totally fine. Do you worst one out of the 3, though?
I will say, I'll go with Village.
Okay, all
I hate the
right.
brawl.
I hate Village as well, so both of us are in agreement on which one sucks the most and which one's the best out of the 3. We'll have to wait and see what the Overwatch gods decide is going to be our first map for this rotation. Honestly, if we start out on Village, I anticipate the JQ coming out from UTD. If West Texas, most likely going to roll out on the horse in that instance, we'll have to wait and see. Of course, if you're on JQ, you really got to play carefully going up against that horse.
Yeah, and on Village, there's just that potential to hide on the point. I'm not really a fan of that. I want to see fights, not cowardice.
Yeah, press your advantage. Don't play the runaway game. As some might say, you need to go walk on them and T-pose. Definitely need to assert your dominance. Play cleanup quickly. And it does look like we are getting very close to loading in. Never mind, I am bad at telling time. Still going to be taking a look at all three of these sub-maps. The worst of all, Village, being showcased right now. You can see why Matt does not enjoy this map. You can just play and hide here on the point and run away over towards the coastline. Our favorite map now. The call out normally for everyone is to run to Elephant. You got to lock that space down. It's a little bit more difficult to get the environmentals on this map, which is also probably why I enjoy it. And then the final map, of course, in the 3-map rotation is this Sanctum. Hopefully you don't have a Roadhog going up against you and hooking you off the map. You don't want to get spear spin, javelined, booped by a Lucio, or a far out of fall off the map. Thankfully, Kiriko can't do that anymore because that was ridiculous when that was able to happen.
Yeah, actually, now that I think about it, I think we might see, now that, when Zarya was mentioned, I was like, that actually makes a lot of sense for UTD. I think we might see a Zarya Genji comp. It's been rumored to be pretty good.
Yeah, the bubble the Genji upon completion of dash to kind of pierce through any sort of brawl composition and then follow up with your bash swinging wide in turret form. Be quite deadly. It's just a matter of identifying if the other team composition is actually breakable using that. Because if you do that instead, you burn 3 cooldowns, and the other team, if they just chose to hit the S key and are now running at you, you're in big trouble. And it is going to be starting out here on Village, which is a love it or hate it style map. But we'll have to wait and see how both teams decide to adapt in order to accommodate for the map style here. Doors have dropped, and we can take a quick look at what both teams have decided to roll out on.
We see the Junker Queen on both sides, actually. Bit of a easier comp from UTD with the Sim Bastion.
It looks like the side of UTD is on, yes, they are currently the ones in the blue. Phone has gone into the Bastion form. Hugo picks up 2. They claimed the most space at the beginning, walked all the way to doorway, forced the mid-rotation, and then with that Lucio, you're just able to walk onto them, catch them out in rotation. Going low ground really stinks if you have to do it.
The Sim Bastion's so good at taking different angles against that Junker Queen comp. You know, while West Texas, their comp kind of needs to just go through one angle with the mech. UTD, the teleport gives them a lot of options.
It does, and that May wall, which you want to use to wall someone off and delete, unfortunately gets deleted by a Bastion who has removed 2 players from the playing field, and Cashier will find 1 more, Doi will find 1, and Phone finds the juice box to close out that team fight with a team wipe for UTD.
We'll see West Texas switching up their comp a little bit, going out to Bastion and Reaper as their new DPS. Maybe going hard with the Reaper, leaving the Bastion behind to dish out some damage. Only popping the ult early, and it's, wow.
Portal combat. Doi picking up 2. Early Bastion artillery strike is a pretty standard practice at this point. You drop it early, you force out immortality, your team's able to go in, or you drop it early and no one's ready for it, and they end up getting deleted with the follow-up damage.
UTD here now, they have a ton of ults online. It looks like West Texas is going to try and go through main, but they're going to get caught by the Junker Queen ult.
The response is Kitsune Rush, but I don't think Suzu landed on people that were in the rampage. 3 goes down for the side of West Texas, and now it's time to bring out the mops and play cleanup crew for UTD. It's another fight in their favor. We have entered last fight territory. Juicebox being the last one to die makes getting this touch difficult. It's going to be Icarus swapping over to that Wrecking Ball, looking to get a couple of pixels into the collision box at point. Gets bullied by the Lucio first. Waiting for that last percentage to get a touch, finds it, but Pugo, Kashir, and Doi all pick up 1. Icarus goes down to Phone. The last player left standing is Mommy on the Reaper. Can't even make it into point. That's Village going over to UTD.
UTD, similar to the match with St. Clair, just always going first, always being the ones to set the tempo, and it's really making it so West Texas can't prepare.
has said it in game one. The team that ults first is likely to win the fight. Means you have a plan, or you're just going a little ballistic and you're like, screw it, I'm just gonna hit the Q button. And it looks like in order to see our favorite map, we have to have the side of West Texas A&M win out here on Sanctum in order for us to move on. So
Excited to see if we do see any environmentals this time around.
it's up to UTD to either shut the door here on control point and send us over to hybrid, or for West Texas, post up, close, and set the pace to go into a third map. It's here on the Junkrat, pummeling damage to the front doorway. Axe has been used from Icarus. Shout also pours, full supports, and Symmetra all go down to the side of West Texas, and then Icarus is soon to follow, as is Karma.
I really like the read from UTD there, going the Junkrat this time around, just able to spam them through the chokes. And it's really strong into those Junker Queen comps, which they predicted this time around.
Bastion turret form coming out from West Texas. Already on cooldown again. Shout turret come out from UTD. Around the corner, they pick up 3. Icarus does pick up Kashir. They're losing one player and taking out everybody else is A-okay if you're looking at UTD right now.
Kashir took a very hard off angle there in their spawn, and he did go down for it, but the damage was already done. All of West Texas was turned around, and UTD ran straight in. You see them switch to the Orisa.
Bastion with the off angle is going uncontested, is able to get damage out to pick up Icarus, does find Karma thereafter. That's 3 down for the side of West Texas, and back to the spawn room if you're pushed up towards the fountain. Juicebox falls, slight stagger on the Lucio. Bastion is forward and once again, not scared of anybody.
Yeah, great angles being taken from UTD. Once again, Kashir just so far to the side. There's only so much that can punish him on West Texas without a long rotate.
Kitsune Rush, Rampage, everyone goes down to the side of West Texas. We do have that Kiriko, it's just the prediction of needing to use these Suzus. It's coming a little bit too early or too late.
West Texas can't even leave spawn with phone using the Bastional, and now there's only 87% on the clock. They have to make a point somehow. Looks like Kashir's looking for the Lucio, the only hope to touch. Oh. But the ball on the side of West Texas actually does make it through.
And with that, UTD is going to walk away from map 1, Nepal, on a 2-0 victory and send us over to hybrid. Now the question is, are we going to see Kings Row again? I don't know. But we've got Puggo coming in with the play of the game on JQ. Any of one of those rampages could have been play of the game here, and it's actually going to be walking in first fight here on Sanctum and deleting almost everybody. A little bit of help of Junkrat and Bastion.
Yeah, just so much damage coming in through that doorway in a tight room against Junkrat. Orbs flying everywhere, the Bastion nade.
If you see Junkrat and you see a Bastion and you're in a small corridor, get out. Like,
Yeah.
Junkrat has so much power, you're dodging any Junkrat mines is just borderline impossible. Take a different route. I am so sorry that you had to meet Kashir's Junkrat on Nepal. Now, with that being said, out of all of the hybrid maps, if you were to give advice over to Texas A&M right now, which one would you say you should go?
I'd say they should try and take a gamble, go like Blizzard World, try and go a poke comp, see if they can turn things around on that one.
See? I'm not absolutely crazy saying don't pick Kings Row every single time. I know Jacob asked something similar of you in the last series, but I'm just going to continue to support the narrative of maybe we don't go Kings Row, but we'll find out ultimately what the side of Texas A&M decides to go with. It is going to be their map pick. Once again, it is hybrid, so we're waiting on word from production regarding that. If it is Kings Row, we'll likely see something similar to what we just witnessed. So That being said, it's going to end up being Texas A&M able to pick map, which means UTD picks sides. I mean, considering their comfort on on their compositions, if it is Kings Row, I wouldn't be shocked if we actually see them attack first.
Yeah, to be honest, based off of that, I'd expect UTD to pick defense. Just, I bet they're feeling real confident. Probably just wanting to get the match over quick. I know a lot of teams have that philosophy. And so, because they did so well on that Koth map, I could easily see a defense pick here.
Yeah, and it looks like, oh, no, I'm getting teased with more Nepal footage on my left. So no confirmation yet onto which map we'll be picking. Matt has suggested Blizzard World, and there it is. I'm not at all surprised. Here we go again. It's Kings Row. And I'm going to follow suit with also what Matt was talking about earlier. Yes, UTD likely to pick defense first, and that will put them at series point as we move into flashpoint. Defending first is an optimal strategy, especially if you're feeling confident. Attacking first, if you're struggling, though, sometimes works out, but it really depends on what your comfort composition is and how much information you have on the enemy team. So we're about to jump into the start of Kings Row for map 2, and if you're just jumping in and joining us, currently UTD is winning in our series. Nepal, they 2-0'd. So let's see if they full hold here on defense, or if they did miraculously choose to shake things up and attack. They get all 3 points. After all, Kings Row is an all or nothing. Don't normally see us stop it in street phase.
Yeah, usually you either get full held or you end up full capping. No in between. So I'll have to see how it goes out, how the attack goes. It is a really good map to snowball on, of course.
I think since the transition from Overwatch 1 to 2 and we dropped the second tank, you know, the day when Kings Row, you could have one composition for first point, and then street phase you had another, and then when we went to the Omnic Factory, you swapped to another comp. Those are long gone. The snowball ability is, I think, even worse because of that.
Yeah, and I don't know, there's only so much that you can do to prevent the spam on your walk-up on defense now that there's only one tank. Typically, you'd have the off-tank pressure some of it out. Now that doesn't exist.
All off-tank players weep in joint unison, and I can definitely say this is most likely UTD on defense.
Yeah, based off how they're setting up, I would assume so.
Roadhog Life Weaver. This is intriguing to say the least.
Land a hook and then hook your hog back and take them all the way with you.
Roadhog backs off, healing. You have Phone looking for an opportunity to land a dynamite in a second. He's going to duel the Widowmaker and ultimately be a little bit more victorious as Widow had no choice but to back off, getting into one-shot territory. Ash drops down, another Petal is going to drop. That's to Elevate, looking into Movie Theater, trying to catch people out in rotation. Almost gets hit in the head by a Widow shot, narrowly dodges it, and escapes with their life.
Has to be careful on that Ash, obviously not able to one-shot the Widowmaker, but the Widowmaker goes down anyway. West Texas just rotating around the point, trying to force him off the high ground.
And it does look like UTD is predicting the rotation too high and is just going to choose to flip it. No point in trying to force them down, especially when it's going to take a long rotation for the heroes that UTD has decided to pick.
With the Widowmaker dying earlier, it looks like UTD is trying to spawn camp. The Widow who's now swapped capacity. Point pressure coming out from West Texas.
Did manage to get one tick and counting.
That Life Weaver is such an uphill battle to get an Elan through though. There's so much healing, so much overhealth.
Kashir did pick up a two-piece combo with the Junkrat tire. Icarus gonna commit the oh, that was tragic.
Not what he was looking for, but still, the rest of UTD is falling to the DPS. Looking to clutch this up still though, the beat comes out from West Texas.
After Sun was expunged by Doi and is unsuccessful. Kashir goes down. I think it's time to swap off the funny comp, Dallas. UT Dallas is going to swap over to a more cohesive comp, slightly.
Slightly.
Puggo is choosing to go JQ, which makes sense. The Roadhog is not going to fully work out in what West Texas has brought to the table. However, we're keeping this Life Weaver, which is I'm confused about. We'll have to see, is playing for the grip game really what UTD is relying on? If it is, that can be very discombobulating if you're on the receiving end of it. His phone goes down early, playing and overstaying their welcome on cart. You do see that Cassidy goes down, Puggo goes down. That's most likely going to be West Texas forced back, but Shear's on the high ground and is not getting pressured. He's going to look for the 1v1 against the Kiriko, most likely just going to switch step and run away.
UTD is taking a lot of interesting 1v1 angles, and West Texas was doing a pretty good job at punching. This time around, just waiting for respawns a little bit. A great pull from Icarus, with another great pull from Mallard.
Reaper just went on a journey over on the right side. He walked completely through West Texas. Didn't shoot, but was stomping. Not going to be caught out. Free life is popped, forcing back everyone from West Texas. We see a yoink onto Karma from Puggo. Karma's going to get deleted.
Yeah, when that Tree of Life comes out, West Texas tried to kite. Reminiscent of Overwatch 1 Rally. Just so hard to get an Elam through. So you see them trying to avoid it, but that pull was great from Puggo. This time, if they don't scout the high ground, the Reaper could get a surprise Death Blossom. Looks like he may have been spotted out.
Not to mention trying to force Archway against the Junkrat is very painful. We do hear Deadeye from West Texas is going to be used. Captive Sun in response to Doi. Kashir uses Tire, picks up 2. Phone walks in, finds 1. Doi finds another. Puggo picks up Karma, and that's a team wipe for UTD.
Flanking.
West Texas, they are building that Junker Queen ult, and it's going to be really strong against UT Dallas. The only thing they really have to do anything about it is that pull when it has to be timed perfectly, because remember, it doesn't cleanse. It just makes you invulnerable for a little bit, and they use it early.
Die.
Oh, but the Death Blossom. Death Blossom gave them the time to reset that cooldown and take this fight with a different approach.
Enjoying the view? Here they come. Optimus 4.
Queen and Junkrat both stationed on high ground. This time West Texas is going for a different approach, but doesn't check the wide angle. Reaper is not going to be spotted until, unfortunately, the loss of Juice Box. Icarus goes down to Kashir as well. Puggo will find Karma. And it looks like Cole did find Phone, so one elimination was given over to the side of West Texas.
So getting that elimination is huge when UTD is trying to spawn camp. Now they're down to a 4v5 if they want to take the fight here, which is obviously not favorable, so they're going to back up a little bit. Try and buy some time. Ultimates coming out on the side of West Texas. They're able to find one. And both taking the rise together, and it actually ends up making Icarus avoid the Junker Queen ult.
What? Phone got 2. Icarus gets Doi. It's always terrible when your own Live Weaver ends up giving a pedal to the enemy team. It's helpful. You see Puggo go down to Juice Box. Kashir goes down to takes down Icarus. Kashir does die to Cole. Texas A&M finally getting payload progress, grounding library.
A closer respawn on the side of West Texas really helped him in that fight. There were a lot of trades. Phone taking an angle if he's not seen, but it looks like the passing pocket.
Please spot out that Reaper. Spot Phone out.
Oh, and the Sonic comes through. And they higher from the spawn. It's going to require a perfect Suzu if they want to live through this.
Hanzo goes down. Sheer is eliminated by Karma's aerial strike. We hear Captive Sun is also initiated. Doi and Puggo both picking up one apiece. The grip comes onto Puggo to take Puggo to high ground. Phone finds Karma. I believe it's just as Reinhardt left standing on point. And that's the end of round 1 in West Texas A&M's attack.
It was a great grip from that Lifeweaver there. Looked like Puggo was about to fall.
Switching sides.
So low HP, and the Bastion was beaming him.
Phone is getting away with so much. Living rent-free in places he needs to pay something for.
West Texas is learning to check those angles now that Phone has taken them, you know, so often in this match. But sometimes it's difficult for them to clear it out because UTD is engaging while they're trying to.
Let's see what composition both teams decide to roll out on. Does look like the side of UTD. I couldn't really get a glimpse of the silhouette outlines that we were able to see. Didn't see anything funny, but I also did not see the tank spawn in yet, so possibly a discussion of composition. Looks like we got Kiriko, Genji.
Oh, Genji might be swapping. Dash backwards in the spawn.
Let's see what ends up happening for the side of Texas A&M. Kiriko's definitely staying.
Perhaps a Doomfist, but
Oh boy.
a lot of people like to do picks they're not really going to stick on in the spawn room on attack.
They like to really mess with casters.
5,
Yeah.
4,
So we'll have to
3,
see
2,
the Sigma shield coming out.
attackers incoming.
We'll be sticking to it.
You were correct, there is no Genji for the side of West Texas.
Oh.
Fuse box is going to go down. West Texas is running the Soldier Sojourn with the Sigma. Someone has to choose the contest point unless they're going to go with the toothpick and then press because they did lose one of their supports early on. However, Icarus goes down. They ended up losing Cole as well. Most likely a back off, give up, reconvene, and try to hold Bookstore.
An underrated combo, I would say, is that Lifeweaver and the Doomfist. It allows the Doomfist to use all of the cooldowns and still have a way to escape.
Yes, most definitely. Her Doomfist can go in, hit every ability, and then scream "Grit me." However, we've seen the Mace swap into the Aretha. That is Doomfist full charge because of Icarus, and there wasn't follow-up with the
but the
going
boop.
to Spear Spin and the Cassidy swap in order to add the Hinder. Puggo goes down. That's up 1 right now for West Texas. Heart's not at Archway yet. They can't theoretically go forward.
West Texas on the Cassidy and Soldier have to be so careful of the Widowmaker at all times, any moment. Watch their head. Building the empowered punch so easily.
That's Suzu used. Puggo can hit the Meteor Strike whenever he sees fit. Goes in the backline after Yari. Yari's going to use Captive Sun. Doesn't look like it landed on Kashir and Kashir alone. However, 2 are already down for the side of Texas A&M. Now it's just the DPS who are actually coming back from spawn still.
Yeah, and they're going to have to cross into a deadly sightline of this May, this Iliari, Lifeweaver. And the wall comes up to even block him from touching. Barely make it, but the mail comes online if they don't have Suzu.
Suzu was online, but Cassidy didn't get it. Kiriko had to jump off point. UTD walks away map 2 victory, which means we're moving on to Flashpoint. We have predicted going to... Well, wait first. Let's give the player their moments. It's Kashir coming in on the Widowmaker for the play of the game. There's one. A whiff. Possibly another after that. I believe so. Yes.
Oh!
And the ult cancel. So that's play of the game over to the Widowmaker. And we've predicted now twice that we'd end up on New Junk City. Are we going to keep betting on black?
I mean, the second you change your choice, I got to think about this. I'm going with Servasa.
I'm sticking with New Junk City.
At least one of us has to be right
Yeah,
this time around.
this time one of us will be. Whether it's you or me, that's ultimately up to the teams. Now, based off of what we've seen coming out from the side of UTD, I don't know if going Servasa is the way to go because I feel like just the dynamic of playing the off tanks more frequently works out more on Servasa, and plus, Doomfist can throw people off the map. So
I just think, since we've seen it so often, something tells me players might prefer it, sort of a King's Row sort of situation.
last week it was New Junk City.
Oh.
Yeah.
Now I'm scared. Now I'm getting nervous.
Exactly. So I'm sticking with the New Junk City call. I don't know if that's going to be the case. We're going to get confirmation from production here. And actually, we are receiving it right now, I believe. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm normally wrong when it comes to these map predictions. It is going to be Servasa, so Matt was correct.
One angle, switch it up. I almost stuck to my guns, but then I remembered there's a whole fallacy named after that. I don't believe in sunk costs.
That's true. And we are seeing a quick replay of how things played out on map 1 for the first map of Village Nepal. And we do have confirmation. Puggo is coming out, and Derpy is coming in for UTD. So likely going to see some Reinhardt play. Things are going to get a little bit silly. I'm excited. I'm not so sure if West Texas is ready.
Derpy. Some people say he's a Ryan one trick, but he does say he's proficient on Sigma, and let's just say there was one moment May 26 where that he was.
One moment, okay. But that was one time.
So, let's just say there were, when there was once 2 tank players on UTD, Abdallah and Derpy. And even though one's an off tank, one might have done better than the other, and it wasn't the off tank.
All right, I'll take your word for that one. Derpy, I do still foresee most likely playing the Reinhardt character for this one. I mean, would you really predict a team to roll out on Sigma for Flashpoint?
No, I'm just going based off what he says.
Okay, so insider information. Derpy claims to be able to play Sigma one time, but we are most likely going to see Reinhardt. For this next map, we'll have to wait and see. And it looks like Derpy is not going to be in. Instead, it's going to be Strider? Is that Strider coming?
I think Strighton.
Strighton? All right. Sorry, Derpy. I'll catch you on Twitch when you're live when I am not trying to do my homework at some point. With that being said, now I don't know what to think.
Yeah, that threw me off.
Our camera operator right now just gave us the big, I am trying my best right now. I totally understand. UTD, you guys are getting a little creative. I'm interested to see how that ends up working out. Whether or not you end up getting punished, we'll have to end up seeing how this one goes. And we are about to jump into Servasa. Best of luck.
UTD subbing in their, or subbing out their sub. Yeah.
Y'all are weird. I love you guys, but you're weird.
It's a big roster, making sure everyone gets play time. How it goes sometimes.
Okay, so for this first flashpoint, what do you think is more important? Reaching the checkpoint first or getting to optimal positioning?
I think optimal positioning. It reminds me of the Nepal elephant map where typically you kind of take the outside angle and you wrap around the point a little bit. I see that a lot on this map. A lot of people will fight for that outside so that they can, you know, have that natural cover and just spam into the point for the other team trying to force it.
I mean, just what we've seen, standing in a doorway on any of these flashpoints, you are funneling all the damage into you, whereas if you're the team on the outside, you're able to just pummel damage. And if you get pushed, oh no, you hit your S key and you walk away.
Yeah.
And it does look like we are having some malfunctions happening. It's Overwatch, small indie company, things happen. It'll only be a moment before we are back into game, and it looks like everyone is ready to go, so we're going to jump back into Servasa and see how well these two teams match up on our newest map type of Flashpoint. If UTD walks away with a victory here, that is it. They slam the door, say goodnight, hit their heads on their pillows, and go to sleep. But if West Texas walks away with victory here on Flashpoint, that is going to send us into push. So West Texas, the cards are all in your hands. I mean, Matt no longer bet on black in this instance and was correct, so maybe it's time for you guys to also bet it all on black. Well, not bet it all on black. Don't follow what I think we should be doing at all. Don't follow my map calls. Obviously, you didn't. Servasa's your go-to. Personally, I want to see an environmental. Whether or not that comes to fruition is up to you guys. But Matt said it here. I agree. Positions over points. Win the fights, then take the objective. Play to your strengths.
Obviously the same starting point every time. Both teams are prepping for that one. Have to see what comps they come up with.
Yeah, we are taking our beautiful cinematic route in through Servasa. This is the very first checkpoint. The awkwardly placed mega pack that if you know it's there, it's nice. If you forget that it exists, well, I'm sorry for you and your health bar.
I just found that out right now.
This man plays more Overwatch than I do, by the way.
Good to know it's there. Looks like we will see an unexpected Junker Queen comp from at least one of the teams.
Unexpected in air quotes for me personally if it's UTD that's running on the JQ. I'm saying JQ just because of the amount of sustain she provides, plus the amount of speed you can get being extremely powerful on this one. It is West Texas rolling with it, and phone is on Reinhardt.
Disrespectful to not let Derpy come in on the Reinhardt map.
I agree. Phone, you better post up. If I don't see a huge shatter, I'm going to be disappointed. And Derpy, you better be disappointed. I'm totally but nonetheless, best of luck to both these teams as we engage here on point one. Mommy on the Genji is looking at Lifeweaver. Dash is used from Lifeweaver. Genji gets the 13 health and meets Phone's hammer. That is the first elimination going in favor of UTD.
I'm looking for it's the wall. I will say West Texas comp is really good against UT Dallas's, just allowing them to surround UTD. They have to get close to do damage for most of the characters on UTD, not the Widowmaker, of course.
You see Miss Olivia from Texas A&M go down. Icarus found Phone, so no tank for UTD right now.
I will say something I missed. I didn't notice Doi was on Widow.
Yeah, Puggo has gone over to the Yari, and we have Kashir out and Striking in for Junkrat play this time.
Have to see how they compare. Here, Striking. Striking gets a pick early though.
No Genji for West Texas. Juicebox comes in on Doi after Tracer had done a disgusting amount of damage without Widow giving any care to them. The Widow's gone. Miss Olivia once again from West Texas, unfortunately, is back in the spawn room. There's a shatter onto Icarus. No Suzu to save you. Phone gets the elimination onto Icarus. Cole goes down to Millard. And that is another reset for West Texas A&M.
UTD Junkrat Tire online, and once again, when you're running that Kiriko against Junkrat, it's so hard to survive just because you have to time it perfectly, as opposed to the BAPs where you have a little bit of leeway with the immortality.
Going to this next fight. A deadly Junkrat Tire coming up. We have Captive Sun both for UTD, but Texas A&M has Rampage online, Beat, as well as Kitsune Rush shortly thereafter from Miss Olivia. We hear Beat get dropped. Icarus uses the Rampage. Follow-up damage looking for the Reinhardt, who gets gripped and pulled to high ground by the Lifeweaver.
Just waited out that anti-grenade, or anti from the Junker Queen ult on the high ground. Till he was able to fight back on point again. West Texas swapping up their comp.
Winton.
A little bit of Winton here.
All right.
Flashpoint, Temple.
I don't know how I feel about the Cassidy swap though. I feel like if you're switching on to that Winton, the Tracer could have been just as strong.
Yeah, the follow-up, the ability to actually coordinate where you pull attention while you're winning to get in. I see the value. Cassidy, if you're getting Doval on, I can understand the hinder being the name of the game, but here you're just looking for damage from long range if you don't have a lot of mobility. We do see Puggo go down to Icarus and Lucio though, some absolute dynamic combos. The intent of Icarus and Juicebox and everyone else just needs to live.
Icarus does go down though. Great rail from Doi. Phone with the Earth Shatter is taking an interesting angle around the point. Earth Shatter comes out.
Phone found one, but ends up getting deleted after Shatter. Blade comes out. Grip
Wow.
was used. This Genji is slicing and dicing, but unfortunately is crying because they're slicing nothing but onions. Nothing with the Blade. Strixton manages to find Genji. Tree of Life is going to get procced on point. Puggo goes down. Lucio's trying to race in, but unfortunately will not make it. Icarus is gone. Miss Olivia also gone. And that's point cap over to UTD, the 44% for West Texas.
Yeah, and 44% is a lot on these kind of game modes. I mean, if West Texas caps the point, UTD gets maybe one fight, and that's it. If they lose that, point will go into West Texas's hands. Really, though, with the Sojourner, almost both DPS ults online, it's going to be really hard for West Texas to survive. The beat isn't quite online if UTD goes before they get it. We'll have to see.
Genji dangerously low, dash is out. We hear Captive Sun from Puggo. Juicebox goes down, so there goes the saving grace of that Lucio beat if they manage to get it online. Cole is down, Icarus is down, Mommy is gone down, Miss Olivia is the final one to get eliminated. That's a team kill for UTD. This point's most likely on lock. Don't see anyone be able to make it in. Juicebox did go down first, but trying to make it in by yourself is always rough on these points. And it's going to last. Oh, we have a primal to make it in from Icarus, the hero play.
If they take down this Lucio, it removes an ult, and there they go. Higher. Striton's not finding quite the value Kashir was with the ultimate. I'll say that.
That was another team kill, but we need to accommodate for that. Yes, West Texas used Primal Rage, and Miss Olivia also used Kitsune Rush, but we have Deadeye, we have Beat, almost close to Blade for West Texas A&M.
Hitting the gritty.
For the side of UTD, everything was burned. All the Qs that they had definitely utilized to secure that point. Puggo's 50% to ult.
The flanking Junkrat.
Oh no, Junkrats.
Where's he going?
Where is he going?
At first it was a flank, now he's just leaving.
I think he lost track of where the point was. Tree of Life and Captain Sun are going to be online here very soon. Cole goes down for the side of West Texas, so no Cassidy there. Strixton does go down to the Genji. He's going off on an adventure, and who knows where that was. There was no map in sight for Strixton on the Junkrat. Icarus on the Doomfist, though. Lots of cooldowns have been used. Counter charges Reinhardt. Will Phone live? Phone will, as Icarus has chosen to get out. Genji goes down to the side of West Texas.
I do like the Doomfist swap. It gives you a little bit of CC to deal with the Reinhardt a little bit more. The overhealth from the tree, so hard to damage through once again.
Powered punch is countercharged by Phone here. And now Puggo is going to have his Illiari ult for this last fight. West Texas does have Beat to respond as well as DPS ults of their own. But the healing, the pull, it's going to be hard for them to get value out of that Blade in high noon.
Well, what if Genji gets the deflect on the Captive Sun?
Could happen. It's not too rare. It is a huge projectile, but it looks like UTD's taking the fight early. It's going to split West Texas, as some of them are at least going to have to touch point. Oh!
Doi?
Doi has to hit those. Beat comes out. Oh!
Oh, Lucio lives because of the overhealth from Beat. There's Captive Sun, Puggo and Phone both got one. Icarus found the Lord. Icarus goes down to Strixton, who's come back from spawn. Phone finds Mommy, and with that, West Texas is gone off the point. That's a team wipe. Flashpoint is going to go over to UTD. That's a 3-0 victory. Perfect score for Dallas.
Really well played from UTD, showing off their flexibility. Playing many roles as different players.
Joy to play the game on Sojourn. Moments after this, I'm pretty sure we saw Doi lose a duel with the Cassidy, who had much less health.
And may have been standing still because he was high noon.
In the words of Matt Merck, you gotta hit those Doi. But nonetheless, congratulations, UTD. You are going to walk away with your undefeated record intact, 3-0ing here for against West Texas A&M for week 3. With that being said, we are going to take a quick break before we jump into an interview with the side of UTD. I do believe it'll be Puggo joining us for a quick conversation about how that whole series felt for their team. So don't go anywhere. Back here in just a few minutes with more NACE Starleague action and an interview. See you in a little bit. insider info on how that game took out from the players' perspective. We are going to hop into an interview with Puggo, the take/support player for UTV. And as a quick reminder, if you're just joining us here, my name is Artie. Joining me is Matt Merck here inside the studio for our interview. Hello, Puggo. Thank you so much for joining us for this interview.
Thank you for having me.
All right, so I gotta ask, and if you didn't anticipate this one, I'm sorry, but honestly, Kings Row .1 defense. What were y'all thinking with that composition you rolled out on?
We weren't thinking at all, to be honest. We just decided to play some different type of comps because we did not want to leak our real strats, and so I just rolled out with the hog, but then I got eviscerated by the other team. Like, I couldn't do anything.
Yes, yeah, it was quite the slaughterhouse a little bit on your Roadhog for the beginning, but you guys definitely shaped up and fixed things. I see what y'all are doing in the background, you silly gooses. Anyway, so Kings Row, you guys definitely managed to shape things up, and then we moved on to Servasa. But Matt, what question do you have here for Puggo?
Yeah, we saw a lot of flanking Junkrat plays from you guys. I wanted to ask how much of that was communicated and how much of that was someone going off the plan.
Yes, Kosh, my good teammate. He never calms. He never calms whenever he does that. So we just try to plan it out ourselves with the rest of the team, but we never know when he's going in backline. That's why he died so many times that map. So yeah, there's your answer.
In other words, Junkrat got what he deserved for going off script a little bit. With that being said, Puggo, do you have any quick shout-outs you'd like to give, friends, family, anyone you want to give a quick hello to, and we can get you out of here on that?
I want to give a shout-out to my favorite coach, P3T9L Pedal, the greatest alive, the greatest out there, to be honest. And the rest of my team, I don't really like them that much. I won't give them a shout-out, so thank you for having me.
All right, thank you so much for joining us for a quick interview, Puggo. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your evening. And for those of you still watching, we have one more series to go here for the NACE Starleague Fall Series tonight for Week 3, so don't go anywhere. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back here with more Overwatch 2 action in just a little bit.
One angle with the Met. UTV, the teleport gives them a lot of options.
Does, and that may wall which you want to use to wall someone off and delete. Unfortunately, gets deleted by a Bastion who has removed 2 players from the playing field, and Cashier will find one more, Doi will find one, and Bone.
Be going hard with the Reaper, leaving the Bastion behind to dish out some damage. Only popping the ult early, and it's wow.
Well, combat. Doi picking up 2. Early Bastion artillery strike. Once again, not scared of anybody.
Yeah, great angles being taken from UTD. Once again, Cashier just so far to the side. There's only so much that can punish him on West Texas without a long rotate.
Cashier did pick up a 2-piece combo with the Junkrat tire. Icarus gonna commit the Oh! That was tragic.
Not what he was looking for, but still, the rest of UTD is falling to the DPS.
Hanzo goes down. Sheer is eliminated by Karma's aerial strike. We hear Captive Sun is also initiated. Doi and Puggo both pick up one apiece. The grip comes onto Puggo to take Puggo to high ground. Bone finds Karma. I believe it's just as Reinhardt left standing on point. And that's the end of round 1. Most definitely, her Doofus can go in, hit every ability, and then scream, "Grip me." However, we've seen the May swap into the Aretha. That is Doofus full charge as there is, and there wasn't follow-up with going to Spear Spin and the Cassidy swap in order to add the Hinder. Puggo goes down. That's up 1 right now. It's Olivia. We hear Beat get dropped. Icarus uses the Rampage. Follow-up damage looking for the Reinhardt, who gets gripped and pulled to high ground by the Lifeweaver.
Just waited out that anti-grenade, or
and he from the Junker Queen ult on the high ground.
What if Genji gets the deflect on the captive Sun?
Could happen. It's not too rare. It is a huge projectile, but it looks like UTD's taking the fight early. It's going to split West Texas, as some of them are at least going to have to touch point. Oh!
Doi?
Doi has to hit
safety, but I'm just one of your prey. She's got a gun and a bag and she's waiting for you. She has the time to decide that she's gonna kill you. You can keep running, keep your eyes wide open, but you'll never see it coming, no use. She's got a gun and a bag and she's waiting for you. take away my voice. You used to be like home, but now the whole place is so destroyed, and I'll survive on my own. I'm stronger than when I started, even through all the times I hit the ground. I'm stronger than what you wanted, even through all the times you burned me down. I keep rising from the dust. You used to always say words that were laced with poison love, and you thought I'd always stay. Guess it turns out push came to shove, we'll never be the same. You take the dig, I take the jump. I finally found my way. I'm stronger than when I started, even through all the times I hit the ground. When you keep running, but your legs are standing still. It's like you're stuck in a nightmare, but you keep doing it for the thrill. Well, this is reality, you only live it once, so wake up from your dream. But just for tonight, let the lines get blurred, let your thoughts be free, let your thoughts be free. Out of sight and out of
back to the NACE Starleague studio. We have just one more Overwatch match for you today, and for this match, we move out of the Varsity division and into the Open division. The University of San Francisco is getting ready to go to battle against UNLV. So we started in the East, and we've been gradually moving over to the West. And of course, time zones and the way everything's scheduled account for that for these teams. But these are two teams that, in the Open division, not as many matches. A lot of the varsity teams having 2-0 records or have been playing for 2 weeks, but these teams have a 1-0 and 1-0 record, so they've only played one game, so these teams are a little bit fresher out of the box.
I mean, also, we talked about this whole idea of, getting that perfect record from the very beginning and holding on to it all throughout the very end. A, that's a lot of games to play perfectly. Don't hold it against yourself. B, it's just the beginning, so you falter a little bit in the beginning. That's your baseline. It's only up from there. If you start at the very top and then all of a sudden you start to lose, that's going to feel a lot worse than, your first game was a back and forth, ended up being, you lost, but then from there, games improved, you started winning. It's much more of a fulfilling storyline from that perspective.
Well, 3 teams that have already competed today have kept their winning records and keep on going toward a perfect season. First, we had Ashland University go up against Kentucky, and Kentucky won that one 3-1. Then St. Clair and UT Dallas won their matches 3-0. Now we move on to University of San Francisco, the Dons, who have a 0-1 record, and then UNLV, who have a 1-0 record. So could be a chance for one team to pull way out ahead, or they might be ending tonight both at 1-1 apiece. We go into University of San Francisco, private university, I'm told, out of San Francisco. The Dons are made up of Angst, Envious, Ponky, the Helper, and Baguette.
I hope you play Baguette. I really hope you do, because I always used to call Brigitte Baguette. And then for the side of UNLV, we have Hey Doggo, Kern Master, Omniflorp, Hertz, and Quarty for the side of the Rebels. And UNLV is a close friend of our organization, as well as someone that has, this organization has visited this facility multiple times and has left us with a token, and that token is actually Hey Doggo's jersey. Wanted to give you a shout out. We do hang on to these, and if you ever come to visit this facility, please do give us your jerseys. We love to have them. It's a token of friendship. We'll give you one yourself. Maybe all the players can sign it so you can keep a record of the generations to come for the esports facilities, and we'll get it hung up on the wall. So thank you so much, Hey Doggo, for giving us that token, and we hope to see you again in the future. But for now, we hope to see you pop off in this game, and if you don't, the other team's going to pop off themselves.
Speaking of the other team, quick correction, I realize now it's most likely Envious is the name that I had trouble with. It's like Envious, but slight twist on it like a lot of gamer tags have. So I'm told we are going back to Lijian for this first stage, which we have talked a lot about. We covered it pretty in depth at the beginning of the night.
Yes, and so with that in mind, we can try to theorize about the lineups we'll be bringing out, but I will be honest, UNLV is known for their creativity. They like to make a composition that is, to be blunt, the clockwork meta of the college scene. They don't like to play to the meta every single time, but currently right now I do think QWERTY has the opportunity to definitely pop off on JQ or pop off on the Zarya picks. However, I want to see a duel of the battle cattle. I want to go to Barnyard and see which horse is the strongest. But if that doesn't end up happening, of course I understand. Not everyone likes to play Orisa, but for those that main her, it's always, if you don't got the giddy out of my way. So we'll have to wait and see what these teams decide on for Lijiang, depending on which submap we end up on. If we start out on Gardens, of course we can, on Night Market, we can anticipate the TP. On Gardens, we can get a little bit more creative, and for Control Point, most likely going to be Brawl-centric compositions.
I like your idea of a barnyard battle. The battle of old Bessie and old Jesse. And one of them can live, but the other has to be put out to pasture.
Well, there was a time in Overwatch 2 where, there was a lot of horse and there was a lot of Roadhog play. I called that barnyard meta. If you saw a hog, you went horse. If you saw a horse, you could go hog or you could go horse. That was it. It was cow or pig. And that's where it ended.
Suey!
Exactly. Someone had to get it sent out to pasture, and it was whichever tank was just not willing to adapt their playstyle to counter the other one. Now we are taking a quick look at Gardens. Hopefully, we have avoided the trip into the drink for most teams thus far. No multi-boops from any support players just yet, but we have seen boops come from Lucio's and Doomfist alike on Control Center. You got to respect the space, respect the abilities of the enemy team. know what they have, and don't just walk over to the coastline.
It seems we don't only have a barnyard meta, but we have barnyard internet right now, as we're just waiting for all the issues to be set aside. Of course, sometimes you can load in with the wrong settings, but it's all good. But I am thrilled. I do hope we start out on Gardens, because that is my personal favorite. Just, you know me, I'm pretty one note when it comes to my map preferences.
Yes, if there's an opportunity for someone to be sent off the map into oblivion and for them to regret their choice to path that way, not recognizing there was a spear, a Doomfist punch, a Lucio Soundwave coming at their face, of course Jacob will celebrate and enjoy that. I personally, not the biggest fan, because I hate seeing it happen after many years at this point of crying at people to stop doing it, because you're serving yourself up on a silver platter. With that being said, I personally love Night Market. It is a battle of who can get their composition and the rollout executed the fastest, and that takes practice. Many teams make a mistake, someone gets left behind, and that is where people start to falter. And also, I love seeing teams be able to make it back when the TP composition doesn't work out, or their TP gets broken too quickly, and rectifying their wrongs and winning out the first fight.
And of course, there's still the opportunity for a boot, so I'm still happy.
Yes, there is. It's just a little bit harder if you're choosing to back off all the way to the edge of Night Market and you get booped. That is, honestly, that is your own undoing. Or if you're playing on the left or right lanes and get booped off, you should honestly just be a little bit careful pathing on those edges, unless you're a tank. So we talked about with Matt Merck earlier, the tank passive comes in clutch and makes you a little bit less scared of a Lucio booping you off the map now, because you don't get booped as far.
Hopefully, as we go into reload, we'll still have the same order of stages, but anything's up in the air. We could change it around. Just have to wait and see. Do you have any predictions as to the exact hero? I mean, you sort of mentioned both horses, but is there anyone else? I mean, most likely we might see Zarya.
Okay, so if just based off of what we know from both these teams, I think most likely UNLV is going to roll out on the horse. And then I do think that San Francisco is going to roll out actually no, flip that. Side of UNLV is going to roll out on JQ, and then San Francisco is going to roll out on the horse.
Okay.
I'm sticking to it, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Unlike Matt, I do fall into the sunk fallacy, the sunk cost fallacy. I am willing to do it because the only thing that is on the line here is my sanity, because I guess everything wrong every single time.
And here we go. We're into the first match. It's the Dons versus the Rebels. I gotta say, I'm very intimidated by both these teams' logos. They're both guys in hats staring down at me.
The Dons logo reminds me of Zorro. If anyone has seen the movies from the 90s. And that is a risky teleport! San Francisco,
Oh,
that
they
is a
got
teleport
away
you
with
don't
it.
do. UNLV, I cannot believe you let them get away with that.
Now this bunch of fighting on point. Javelin's going to be thrown out. The Doomfist dodges it. Hey, Doggo gets a pick onto Angst. Honky's the next to fall. Envious also. There's only one left, and they soon just go off the edge so that they can respawn as a complete group. UNLV, the Rebels, are going to be taking the point first off. Got a pretty healthy charge up on two of the heroes already, past 50% in just one fight. Omniflark and both Hey Doggo getting close. I think we could be seeing the Nano Blade be brought out in just one fight.
That Nano Blade, I love it, and I also hate it. It's an all or nothing ultimate. It costs 2, and if you fail, your team is going to be in hot water. But that's a huge ante coming out from Hey Doggo. We do see Hertz get forced back with the Spear Spin and Spear. Both cooldowns, all 3 cooldowns from Baguette have been used. Confirms the deletion of Team Master. Now, it does look like the poor Bassi on their team is gone. Hey Doggo gets deleted, and it looks like they just gave up too much space. They let the Barnyard in, they open the doors, and University San Francisco says, if you're not going to force us to use cooldowns, we'll take the space for free. Thank you.
UNLV just has their Nano Blade online should they choose to go that direction. They'll also have a Meteor Strike and a Beat. Any damage that might be pushed up from this window might be able to counter it. Antony is going to be thrown out on U San Francisco. And Hertz is going to bring out his Blade. They're going to be going with the Nano Blade combo. It only really manages to pick up Angst. Terra Surge used in response by Baguette. Javelin has been on point for U of San Francisco, but UNLV is going to win the fight in the end.
for the next fight. We're going to have Cordy coming with the Meteor Strike as well as Kingmaster with that beat. Unfortunately, no one on the side of San Francisco is going to have ults online, but we do see Angst is going to swap over to the Sojourn, and Anubis is swapping to Genji, and we have Baguette going with the Doomfist. So trying to match QWERTY on the Doomfist. Really interesting. This composition's borderline identical, but the attention pulling, the resource pulling that Tracer has from Omniflart could be the deal breaker here, as Angst on Sojourn does not have that type of pressure created, just spamming down, but the deletion of people is strong. We do see Angst go down, Pokey goes down, Hertz also is going to get deleted, followed up by the Helper, and Anubis there as well from University of San Francisco. It's just Baguette standing.
Doomfist left to just do his thing in an enclosed space. Spells doom for the Dons, and UNLV is going to claim the first map.
I gave Jacob a look for that pun. I had to.
It actually was more serendipitous. As I was saying it, I realized how well it went together.
Yeah, I agree. Also, nice alliteration. I'm here for it. We do see the Duel of the Doomfists in here. Not quite the Duel of the Fates, the Sith Lords that we had earlier with the full charge Zarya beams on these maps. But we are going to be going to my favorite map of Night Market. It does offer the ability to have some environmental kills, not as frequently as the Gardens does. So Jacob got his wish. There wasn't so many people thrown into the drink, but now it's my turn. I do anticipate seeing UNLV stay on this composition, the Doomfist-centered one. Lots of mobility, lots of disruption play, and they thrive in that chaos. The question is, can San Francisco respond in a way to quell it all, to corral them? Throw the lasso on, so to speak. I'm done.
They're having a race, but there isn't any Symmetra, so neither of them goes for the teleport. Instead, they're exchanging opening blows. Baguette's going to dive right in, takes a whole lot of damage, down to just double digits, and is finished off by QWERTY. QWERTY gets the Genji. Hertz finishes off Baguette, and then two more fall. Just about everyone from the team of San Fran is gone, and UNLV takes the point first.
The JQ knife makes a Doomfist mobility go out the window if it's landed. It's a bit of a pain. This composition that we have coming out from UNLV right now is a one of sustain. There's the Genji get in, get out, stay alive, full attention. Whereas the side of University of San Francisco is going with the mirror comp from what we saw earlier on map 1, fully taking on UNLV's mantle of being the embodiment of chaos, and it looks like Omniflarp is going to be taking the brunt end of this chaos. Does not go down, but Ponky as well as Anubis both go down. His beat is dropped to the side of UNLV.
Oh man, QWERTY is able to find the back line, takes out the Helper. Angst is going to be the only one that can get away from that fight. We're most definitely past 50% in the point charge, or just nearing it. The next fight, UNLV is going to be sitting on this rampage, probably a beat and an overcut. Everything is above 75%, so we could be seeing a whole lot of Qs for us.
When you know you're at the ult disadvantage, you need to get in and start the fight quick. We see Kitsune Rush beat is used in response. QWERTY comes in, gets the axe, does not find the elimination. Lucio skirts away to freedom. Here is the follow-up rampage. That's 3 down for the side of University of San Francisco, and Omniflarp goes down for the side of UNLV. Tracer's the last to fall. We are at 80% for UNLV, capping here on second point. Night Market. Now is the time to get into the point, figure out who's going to get first touch and who gets follow-up touch, because this is last fight territory for the University of San Francisco.
That was almost cinematic, the way Angst tried to get away, and then just one Kiriko knife ended that perfectly aimed. Here comes Dragon Blade's going to be brought out, as well as a Kitsune Rush on the side of the Rebels. Envious is able to take out Omniflarp, now moves over to the point as San Fran is able to take it for themselves.
The core unit decided to rotate to point. I think they actually went coastline to do it. We hear Beak get dropped, and then whomever was in front in main got sacrificed. Hey Doggo is going to go to the Shadow Realm for a moment. That is the Kiriko gone for the side of UNLV. Baguette going to back off, wait for those cooldowns to come back online. We have first slam go down, the punch as well. Absorb is used. That's every cooldown on Doomfist. QWERTY Tumor might engage after seeing everything get burned. Takes down Baguette and is introing to point, seeing Suzu get forced.
Helper is also focused down by the Rebels. Now it's just pick up the pieces as Angst drops. Uses their ultimate to take out QWERTY, but that's going to do nothing in terms of the actual objective. Doomfist managed to get back there. Baguette trying to hold out and wait for the team to respawn. Goes for a Meteor Strike. Needs to come back down in time. Is going to be able to. Kitsune rush to get the rest of San Fran on, but QWERTY Tumor is just saying no to any of that. Takes out their tank. They got a little bit of everything gone now. Both their DPSs bite the dust. The last support is gone, and the Rebels, UNLV, lane.
I have to give credit over to Agent. That pulse bomb onto the JQ, that does allow Doomfist to find more value on point. No JQ shout means no extra speed boost. It means no extra health. We are going to see the play of the game go over to 40 on JQ here for Night Market. Got an assist on Baguette and then follows up, taking down Anubis as well as Agent and Helper cleaned up. It's just Lucio running away trying to get a touch on point. But yes, I want to touch on that Tracer landing that pulse bomb onto JQ. It was huge. It allowed for everyone else to actually have the opportunity to intro onto point. It's just unfortunately the target focus wasn't where it needed to be. They didn't focus on forcing a cooldown and then eliminating somebody thereafter. Hopefully we see that come to fruition in the next map. But ultimately, they were showing that they are capable of taking UNLV on. It wasn't completely one-sided. They decided to, you know what, let's not try to face them head on. Let's make them come back to us and play around that instead. It worked out well. It's just, unfortunately, was not executed fast enough.
Now Hybrid is on deck, and I've just decided to not even entertain any ideas. If I just have low expectations, I'll be surprised. You know what I mean? I either have my expectations met or they're exceeded.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably Kings Row. I've given up really most hope on it not being Kings. But, I mean, Open Division was the one group.
That is true. They brought out Eichenwald last time in the Open Division.
So Open Division has given me hope, but I don't know if these two teams want to return that same hope yet again this evening to us. If they don't, I don't hold it against them. But if they do, I'll be forever thankful because I'm tired of Kings Row. I mean, I get it. But on the same notion, aren't you getting a little bored too? We like to stir it up, you know, add some flavor, some pizzazz, some zest. And you know what map has zestiness? I think Blizzard World has zestiness. There's color, there is sunshine, and it's a gorgeous map altogether. It is my dream Disney World I'd like to go to. At least let me see it in a video game. My rant is done.
Those moments when you're going for an Emmy and yet you know you'll never get one.
No, like, I just know it's going to be Kings Row.
Production also likes to kind of prey on our desperation
We're
in this
waiting.
map choice by flashing a map that isn't going to be chosen up on the monitor over here.
No, I'm not believing it.
I'm not believing that. I'm not believing that. They're showing Blizzard. I'm not believing it until I see it, unless we actually get into game. Yeah, see? I know what they're trying to do.
At first they flashed the Blizzard World map, and we're trying to tease us. They did that to us last week. We're not falling for it again. And it's we're loading into Kings Row.
But like I said, this was my expectation. You know, I set it, you know, to this, and then I either have it met or I'm happy.
Yeah, you know what? I'm taking your approach from here on out. We're just going to straight up, no predictions for second map. It is going to be Kings Row rolling into Hybrid, and if it's not Kings Row, we can be pleasantly surprised.
And overall, since San Fran was the one picking, they picked Kings Row, so that leads me to believe that UNLV going to choose to attack first.
I mean, if you want to go the route of what is the safest, what is the fastest, you always defend first if you get to map. If you don't get to pick map type, you always defend first. However, if you feel like it's going to be a very, very neck and neck game, and it's going to, like, both teams, no matter what, are going to send us into overtime, you're getting all 3 points, then you attack first.
And so it's kind of a matter of how much that they, you know, respect San Fran at this point.
It's not just that. It is a level of understanding of what you're about to go up against. There are teams that have come up with, granted, yes, not in Overwatch 2, in Overwatch 1, some of the most grotesque compositions and things to do on Kings Row, which is also why I like to avoid it, because we don't see the same level of creativity anymore, because we don't have a second tank. Yes, I'm going to grieve the loss of my 2 tanks. Without that, I feel like there isn't as much excitement on Kings Row, but it is scrimmed into the ground, into oblivion, streamed into oblivion. So everyone knows what their options are and knows how to make swaps. It just stinks on defense because if your enemy rolls out on attack on a tank that is the counter to your tank, you have no choice but to die and walk all the way back from the Omnic factory. Whereas on attack, you see a tank that's not the right tank you want to go up against, walk back in and you're like, hey, we're swamping it up.
We haven't seen too much of that factory. In case, you know, in terms of team throw being all or nothing, it's been mostly nothing as teams that have defended first have held it to the first point more often than not.
That's enough out of
Today, I'm saying that's not a trend throughout the whole game because a lot of times we see it going to the final point. But just today, there's been a lot of sweeps and a lot of holds.
And it looks like we have the side of University of San Francisco on attack first. It's going to be the JQ composition with Sojourn Genji, as well as the Kiko Lucio, and it looks like Genji's going to go down to Hertz from UNLV. Side of UNLV is showing similar composition, but the caveat being a Zarya from 40.
They're just moving in past the choke point. First is going to pick one up onto Hang. Squirty Humor follows it up by eliminating Baguette. They're going to chase him back into the spawn. We've seen this before.
Good to see you.
Squirty Humor is going to give up the area around the bus and go back to the choke point. Don't want to be too far forward because you need space to back off and run away if you get your bubbles popped too quickly or get too low on health. So being too far forward on Zarya can be a little bit of a feeding position if you're a tank player. We have Baguette rotate through Hotel, does not get pressed until it's fully outside. Suzu is forced. Shout looks like it was used by Baguette. Baguette gets deleted by Cordy. We do see Sojourn looking for the Zarya, cannot find the headshot. Cordy gets 3, and that is a reset for the side of University of San Francisco.
Hertz is sitting on this blade. Probably doesn't even need the nano boost to be able to pull that one out. Now we are going to see just how soon he wants to use it in this engage. Some opening barbs traded between each two teams. We'll see if San Fran still hasn't pushed past the choke. It's going to be held at bay with that Sojourn volley.
I think University of San Francisco is aware that Hertz is very close to Blade. They managed to delete him first anyway. We do have the helper being able to take down the immortality field as well, but I think they're waiting for Honky on the beat and said, hey, Doggo sees the opportunity to stabilize the entirety of their team, drops the beat, 2 go down for the side of University of San Francisco, and it's another reset.
UNLV is just building up the ultimate advantage. They're up to 4 now. Somniflar comes online with that overclock. University of San Fran might have a blade, probably going to have a beat for this fight. But overall, they just can't match the abilities that UNLV, the Rebels, are going to have. But they've only got a minute left. They got to push on. They go charging in. They start with the overclock and the window, UNLV, to hold the point. San Fran uses the beat, but all that damage being pushed out by the Rebels is too much.
Just really hoping to see Omniflar wait for the deflect and then just pop the overclock. Unfortunately, they waited a little bit too long, so deflect came right back. Hertz still hanging onto this blade, has not used it. What are you waiting on?
You know, I said he might not need, he doesn't even need nano boost to make it work. He might not even just need the blade to make it work. Gets a little bit of deflect damage, moves in, is gonna stop. He pulls out the blade and just deletes Helper. Moves in, Envious tried to get away, but just one slash of the blade and he's gone. Vegas using Rampage, the rest of the team turns around, focuses down the tank. And there goes, I think, the last chance San Fran had, making it onto the point. They'll get one more team fight, but they have one less ultimate. This might actually be better since UNLV expended everything.
Honky might be able to get in and get a touch with the follow switch step from Kiriko to get contact on point. They managed to make it in. They get Hey Doggo. Down goes Kernmaster as well. When you burn every ultimate in the game and go to neutral fight and people are in desperation mode to get control, They will follow through. Zarya's low, Sojourn's low. Sojourn slides away, but this Zarya is high charge. They need to get rid of Cordy. Unfortunately, 2 go down to Omniflarb and Cordy because they lacked picking the target to delete and splitting the focus off the point. 95.8% capture for University of San Francisco. Attention is a resource, and if you split it between 2 people, it's really difficult for one to go away.
So we're not even going to see the payload this time. It's just a matter of getting the first point for the Rebels, and they will have taken game 2 and move on to match point. This was the best. You know, you got to hand it to Angst, trying everything. It's just, splitting up the team would normally be a good thing. It's just, like you said, Nerdy, they were just trying to, you know, take both out at once.
Sojourn used slide. Okay, it's really far to get after the Sojourn. Zarya doesn't have that mobility. One person stays on, typically Lucio. Everyone else goes and chases down that Zarya. Cordy was like 75 health, if not lower. They're gonna see it in the VOD review.
Doesn't look like there's too much changing in terms of EPSs, but we do see maybe they're just doing a bit of scouting. Certainly waiting for the last possible moment to get to the point.
Remember?
And we see a horse be brought out.
This makes me happy. This is the side of University of San Francisco on defense. They've got to basically full hold this. Yes, you can lose some people. One of the plays you can do is if you lose essential heroes early on, you back off, you give them 2 ticks, and you wait and you come back. But you have to perfectly execute that and pray they don't have a May.
UNLV doesn't have a May. Instead, looks like Birdie is going to be going on to the Doom yet again, and Antine is going to hit 2 from University of San Fran, and Ponky falls soon afterwards. Angst also sustaining a lot of damage. Antine goes on to NBS. They still manage to survive. Birdie is eliminated with the tank on. Angst can take out the back line of UNLV. Current is going to fall, and Omniflarp also falls.
Yes, Baguette!
Just one left on the point. It's Hurts, and now the tank is here, forcing you off. Oh, but the respawn's coming from the Rebels.
The immortality, well, the ante onto the horse. Only Orisa had lived a little bit longer. This retake might be easier. And it looks like UNLV is going to walk away with a 1-0 on King's Route.
Gonna make it 2-0 overall in the match. Play the game recognition, giving over to QWERTY as Zarya, of course. When she's charged up, although here, yeah, bubble, bring up to 43, not even past 50%, but still doing enough damage to get player.
All right.
Are we betting on red
I have
or black?
failed at this every time tonight. What? You know what? I'm flipping it. Normally the host does this. What map do you think we're going to play for Flashpoint, Jacob?
New Junk City. I'm going to take your place. Because if you swap, and it actually is Servasta, I have to be the one on the other side to take it at the very last moment.
You know what? I commend you. I personally would love to see New Junk City. Is that going to happen? I don't know. I'm not saying it's going to be New Junk. I'm not putting it out in the universe. I'm not going to follow that. I'm hearing noises that have me concerned from production right now. That's all I can say. I don't know where this is going. We're going to Flashpoint right now. UNLV is at series point. If they win for Flashpoint, that's it. We're done. Everyone gets to go home and go to sleep. However, if University of San Francisco has been practicing this, knows what map they want, knows what they want to run, figures out how they're going to counter UNLV, wins out on Flashpoint, regardless of what map it is, we're going to be going into push. So nonetheless, we either continue the story from here, but that is up to University of San Francisco. If not, UNLV walks away with a victory on Flashpoint, and everyone from NACE, we can go, lights out, hydrate, get some sleep, do your homework, and we'll see you again next week. But we'll have to wait and see. Of course, there's just I hear laughing. I hear possibly sounds of pain from production.
Which could go two ways.
I know, because it's like, are they on our side right now and are fine with going to New Junk City? Or, I don't know. I really don't know. Is the pain from having to see Servasa again? Is the pain from having to see New Junk? It's going to go either way. These people have toyed with us so much when it comes to second map that I just can't trust anything beyond control points. I get it, but I don't know.
Man, I'm still just trying to work out the mentals of production. And I'm just finding myself going in circles, going to double, reverse psychology, then double reverse psychology, then triple reverse psychology. This 50-50 shot is proving to be one of the most stressful decisions that I am having to make, but I'm still going to stick on New Junk City.
I don't know how it can be 50-50 between two maps, especially because last week it was all New Junk City. All New Junk. There was no Servasa. And then this week, everyone's like, flipped the coin, flipped the switch, I don't know, and they're like, New Junk sucks. We're going to Servasa.
It's kind of like when you're plugging in a USB cable. I mean, technically there's a 50-50 shot, but you always put it in the wrong way first.
For me, it's like it exists in the third dimension. I put it in wrong the first time, and then I flip it, and it still doesn't go in, and then I flip it back, and then somehow the first way I did it is actually the right way. So I don't get it. We're just...
That's our experience trying to choose a flashpoint.
Exactly. It's like trying to put USB into a charging port. Flashpoint, we have two map options. We have successfully guessed wrong every single time. I even confused Matt because I told him last week that, everyone went New Junk. And this week, and then he was like, yeah, I'm gonna vote for New Junk. And then he's like, wait a minute, no, I'm going Servasa. And I stuck to my guns on New Junk City. I made a mistake.
Well, last week we only actually saw one Flashpoint stage. So I think it's the week before that everyone went New Junk to start things out. And then when we started broadcasting, the only Flashpoint stage was Servasa. So we haven't seen a broadcast in this studio where New Junk City has been brought out.
Write a new story.
Either that trend is going to be... No!
Initiating match.
Oh!
Oh, man. Okay, Jacob, I think we just need to stop asking the question of the 50-50 coin toss and actually getting, I don't know, a foam coin in here and flipping it and being like, heads is Servasa, tails is New Junk.
I don't think that's going to change anything.
No, but it means it's not leaving it up to either one of us to be wrong.
That's true. All right, back to old tried and true.
Ready for battle.
I get it. Hopefully we get introduced to more Flashpoint options as the time goes on, because 2 Flashpoint maps, I get it, they're massive. That's just not enough options.
You don't really have to speculate, though. At least one thing to speculate on, which team's on attack and defense. We don't have to do that now. So the less things we have to speculate on, the less chances we have.
Baguette is choosing to go with Doomfist and also hitting the One Punch Man voice lines. I'm here for it.
Both teams just exchanging a few shots back and forth. The first shot goes in from UNLV. It's going to be quickly forced back. Hey, Doggo just picking up one onto Bonky. Hurst also eliminating the helper. Baguette falls. UNLV goes for the team wipe, trying to find Angst, who's trying to get away.
Come on, Angst. Come on. Oh.
Hey, Doggo is just doing work on the Ana, I gotta say. I mean, she's no Widowmaker, but the way Angst is playing, you would think so.
Ana is both powerful, but she in herself is like a glass cannon. And you become the glass cannon when you position too far forward, you don't have line of sight on your exit, you aren't aware that there's a tank staring you down, because if a tank is staring you down, odds are you need to run away.
Oh!
But when Hey Doggo can land the sleep...
Or you could just shoot the tank with a sleep dart.
Well, Hey Doggo also is in the Shadow Realm for a moment, so that is the exact situation that I say on as a glass cannon. Nades are powerful, however there's a Suzu. Then their team needs to follow up. If you're not looking and you get jumped on by a TP, a Doomfist, or anything, and you don't have a way out because you waited too long, well, you're in hot water. Right now, it is still UNLV's control of the point. We're encroaching on last fight if the side of University of San Francisco can make it back in. OmniFlarp is the only one with an ult online. Angst is getting very close to matching the Pulse Bomb, however. Yes, it's online now. It's Pulse Bomb v Pulse Bomb. Whoever ults first is what I always say.
There's one touch onto the point, and it's quickly negated as everyone who gets on the point is just melted down by the Rebels. UNLV picks up the first flashpoint, now moving on to the second.
This is where things get scary. We saw many people take a trip off the edge of this point of the map. Hopefully we don't see that here. Going in this next fight, we have roughly beat online for UNLV, as well as Meteor Strike and Blade Nano soon to follow. Meteor Strike almost fully charged for University of San Francisco. Kitsune Rush and Pulse Bomb will be up. Hey, Doggo goes down to Tracer. Hertz responds with the Blade, does find Ponky. And we see Pulse Bomb land on nobody.
Oh.
Right now, both teams are tied. Genji goes down. Hertz goes off the map, equalizing. This is an opportunity right now for University of San Francisco. Unfortunately, they have no supports. That's going to make things really difficult. And Angst does go down, so point capture to UNLV.
Thing is, for the Dons, they're a little bit more offensively positioned. They at least have the engage with the Kitsune Rush. They also got a Meteor Strike. Question is, when will UNLV play that beat so they can help negate that damage?
Most likely in response is Kitsune
they
Rush
just
and
used-
losing
yeah.
your Ana.
But I don't know if it's enough. The Meteor Strike comes
on, Baguette.
down, and QWERTY is just moving on into the squishies.
Come on, Baguette. Hertz is down. Okay, we leave the Lucio. Yeah, he's well ready to freedom. I get it.
QWERTY takes out Angst. OmniFlarp gets a punch on to help her. 2 left for the Dons. Baguette gets sleep darted. Monkey goes down now. It's just Baguette.
Ooh. And Genji decides to go into the drink, realizing it's a full reset. Most likely, we don't see another scrimmage here on point. And we just wait it out for the next point to unlock, but Tracers decide to go in. Angst gets the touch, doesn't find recall fast enough. Beats dropped on point. Nano is used from the side of UNLV, looking to secure the second flashpoint as Helper goes down, Baguette goes down, and Ponky.
Second flashpoint, a done deal for the Rebels. Now they just need one more and they'll win the match.
We have QWERTY Tumor going in with Meteor Strike on lock. OmniFlarp has that Pulse Bomb. Angst does as well. We have the Genji Blade online for the University of San Francisco. No support ults for either side, but Lucio is the closest from UNLV as far as those go. Baguette, 80% on this Meteor Strike charge. Recall is going to be forced out from OmniFlarp. Hopefully someone starts going after that Tracer. Pulse Bomb has been burned. No one has gone just yet, and it will be QWERTY, first one to get eliminated. Hey, Doggo will find Anyvis as well, so equalized, but the team that's hurting the most right now is UNLV. They don't have QWERTY Tumor. They find Lucio thereafter from University of San Francisco. Hey, Doggo goes down, the Helper goes down, bodies are hitting the floor left and right. Baguette, just a sliver of health, gets eliminated on point, and UNLV will capture and start ticking up that percentage.
Gotta think that there's gonna be possibly one last true push from San Fran on this. The fact that the Ultimates, I think this 2-1 matchup might just be the best that they're gonna have in terms of Ultimates. At the end of this, UNLV is probably gonna be online with their other 3. So it's either now and you can take out this Lucio really fast, but the beat is used in response to the Dragon Blade. Hertz still manages to pick up one against Ponky and Envious. Hey, Doggo is taken out by Baguette. But UNLV is making the elimination stack up. There's just 2 left, and Baguette is very low on health. Angst also taking a chunk of damage. QWERTY moving in to gain space on the point. UNLV just has 1 fight left, or if they can drag this one out, they'll just cruise right on into victory.
These situations where I have believed University of San Francisco would not get the opportunity to make contact at the point. They proved me wrong every time. Here they come. They've claimed it, pushing into the enemy's territory. Kitsune rushing into the back line, leaving one on, saying, you get the cab, they get the flip. Percentages going up in their favor. They do lose their Lucio, but they find Heidago. This is their opportunity to rally back. Unfortunately, they have lost their Kiriko as well. The back line's getting traded. And it looks like now is an opportunity for the rest of UNLV to come back in and start cleaning up what remains of University of San Francisco.
Overtime clock ticks down, and that is going to do it for this match. The Rebels claim another 3-0 sweep, so not quite the competitive match that we saw in the Open Division last week. UNLV is this end as soon as it can. Play of the game is going to be given over toward Hertz.
On this Genji, Hobbs Blade finds the Lucio, finds Genji. Heidago goes down, so that's another kill that needs to be secured, and it's Omniflar to find it. With that, UNLV is our champions here for our last NACE game of the evening.
It is the last NACE game, but the fun just doesn't end because we have an interview with one of the players coming up. So we are going to take a short break, get one of those players into our call, ask him about the last match, and then we'll close it out for the evening. But for now, stay tuned. We'll have an interview right after this.
Hertz get forced back with the spear spin and spear. Both cooldowns, all three cooldowns from Baguette have been used. Confirms the deletion of Keenmaster. Now, it does look like the poor Bassi on their team is gone. Heidago gets deleted, and it looks like they just gave up too much. Taking on UNLV's mantle of being the embodiment of chaos, and it looks like Omniflarp is going to be taking the brunt end of this chaos. Does not go down, but Ponky as well as Anibus both go down as beat is dropped inside of UNLV.
Oh man, Qwerty is able to find the back line, takes out
through Hotel, does not get pressed until it's fully outside. Suzu is forced. Shout looks like it was used by Baguette. Baguette gets deleted by Qwerty. We do see Sojourn looking for the Zarya, cannot find the headshot. Qwerty gets 3, and that is a reset for the side of.
He might not need, he doesn't even need Nano Boost to make it work. He might not even just need the blade to make it work. Gets a little bit of deflect damage, moves in, is gonna stop. He pulls out the blade and just deletes Helper. Moves in, Envious tried to get away, but just one slash of the blade, and he's gone. Vegas using Rampage. This might actually be better since UNLV expended everything.
Ponky might be able to get in and get a touch with the follow switch step from Kiriko to get contact on point. They managed to make it in. They get Heidago. Down goes Kernmaster as well. When you burn every ultimate in the game and go to neutral fight, and
Heidago just picking up one onto Ponky. Hertz also eliminating the helper. Baguette falls. UNLV goes for the team wipe, trying to find Angst, who's trying to get away.
Come on, Angst. Come on.
Heidago is just doing work on the Ana, I gotta say.
Heidago goes down to Tracer. Hertz responds with the blade, does find Ponky. And we see Pulse Bomb land on nobody.
Oh.
Right now, both teams are tied. Genji goes down. Hertz goes off the map, equalizing. This is an opportunity right now for University of San Francisco. Unfortunately, they have no support, so that's going to make fine. Anibus as well, so equalized. But the team that's hurting the most right now is UNLV. They don't have 40 Tumor. They find Lucio thereafter from University of San Francisco. Heidago goes down. The helper goes down. Bodies are hitting the floor left and right. Baguette, just a sliver of health, gets eliminated on point, and UNLV will claim. You get the cab, they get the flip. Percentages going up in their favor. They do lose their Lucio, but they find Heidago. This is their opportunity to rally back. Unfortunately, they have lost their Kiriko as well. The back line's getting traded, and it looks like now is an opportunity for the rest of UNLV to come back in and start cleaning up what remains of University of
to the NACE Starleague studio. We are wrapping up all 4 of our matches that we have had today for Overwatch in both varsity and open divisions. We just have one interview left with the team that was most recently victorious, UNLV. We got their tank Cordy with us to talk a few things about the match that just transpired. I'm Jake Palmer, joined by Artemis Rain. We have been talking a lot with players today. It's great to just kind of get to that feedback right after a game, and I'm sure we just want to jump in with the team. You also shouted out with their jersey. I'll bring that up just a little bit later. But right now, we'll see if we can't get Cordy on into the studio and just talk a little bit about what just an amazing sweep that they pulled off.
I mean, the Doomfist pick is powerful. What else can you say? I mean, if you talk to some people, you'll be like, yes,
oh, here we go.
Great oh my gosh.
I think Nerdy approves of the background.
I do, 100%, yes.
Well, it's nice to have you here with us, Cordy. I do believe, actually, there's an audio issue for us. We're just waiting to see if the speaker comes up so we can hear you.
Hello?
There we go. Thank you.
Okay.
There you are. Okay. Cordy, I'm going to ask you the first question, and I'm just going to, because you didn't have the choice of stage for Flashpoint, but if you had choice of stage for Flashpoint, what would you have chosen? Would you have gone with the same Servasa?
We wouldn't have done New Junk City. We would have done the same one.
Of course! Of course!
No one likes New Junk. It's just.
It's weird. For the first week, it was all New Junk, and then ever since we started broadcasting, everyone's just been going the other way. So.
It's not a bad map, but it's just I think you have such a better time, like with tighter angles and so much like point diversity on Servasa, where Junk City's just so open all the time.
Okay, that's fair. So going away from Flashpoint, because this has been the bane of both of our evenings, we suck at guessing maps apparently. For Li Jiang, second point, Night Market, you did not guess wrong on what tank I think at least, what tank you thought University of San Francisco was going to roll out on. So my question is to you, were you anticipating Baguette to go Doomfist, and therefore you decided, nah, I'm just going to come out on JQ and, knife and axe the entire backline into oblivion?
Honestly, it sounds a little bad, but we didn't really consider what they were doing. If I'm allowed to play Doom Map, I'll play Doom Map, but we've been trying to get a little bit more incorporated on the better meta characters and the better picks to kind of roll through. And we did a lot of practice with Junker Queen, and I know the meta's shifting a little bit right now, but we just wanted to play what we were comfortable on and really just show that we can get better and be a pretty dominant force nonetheless.
All right, well, it's starting to get late in the night, so we'll get you out on this note. Nerdy earlier on gave a shout out to Hey Doggo. Held up the jersey that we still have as a souvenir from UNLV. So in the spirit of giving shout outs to people, is there anyone you want to give a shout out to?
I just shout out to everyone on the team. I think they did phenomenal. The fact that you guys have a Hey Dogo's jersey is really funny to me because he still has the Boise jersey. He holds it up. He's like, yeah, I'm for Boise. And we're like, why don't you support us? But it's still a fun little time. And just shout outs to everyone on the team who did great.
All right, congrats on your win. Thank you for joining us. We'll let you get going.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And that is going to do it for our broadcast. We want to give a thank you to everyone in production, all the players who have joined us. Of course, thank you all to you who are watching out there on Twitch and other streaming platforms right now. I also want to give a very special shout out to Truth, Extra Life, Duncan, Monster, and Odyssey Elixir for being our sponsors. That's going to do it for us tonight, but just to relive the glory one more time, we'll leave you with the top 5 plays of the game. So thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow with Valorant, and next week if you want to join us for more Overwatch 2. But for now, so long.
Space. So Archway was claimed without spending anything. There is an Ant Matrix quarter. There's one street lit way. Very short. They can back off. Wait a few moments. in a grab. And the Corv ultimate before it comes through, taking on UNLV's mantle of being the embodiment of chaos. And it looks like Omniflarp is going to be taking the front end of this chaos. Does not go down, but Punky, as well as any of us both go down, and he can drop inside UNLV.
Kentucky doesn't get anyone, but does a lot of damage. Means falls. The robot is pushing forward ever so slightly. They just need 4 meters and it's overtime. Butters and Clario also get an elimination. The turret is taken down. The torp goes down. There's just the Junker Queen left. And Kentucky, have they won it in over? The rest of the same. Moving in the side route now. He's going to have to time this right. That's both bubbles used by the Zarya. As long as they're making sure they're playing around those cooldowns, it is a green light for Kabushki to just do havoc. He brings out the Death Blossom, picks up the Kuriko. Squeak
needs to just go through one angle with the Meg. A lot of options.
That Maywall wants to wall someone off in the lead. Unfortunately, gets deleted by a Bastion who has removed 2 players